your community. Beautification and public art is all about the enhancement of the quality of life for our citizens and the enjoyment of all, including our visitors. Flagstaff has some of the most pristine outdoor attractions in the country, and the BBB Fund supports our efforts to keep our public spaces beautiful. These efforts include art installations, landscaping, irrigation systems, beautification of buildings and streetscapes, and the purchasing of property to preserve and improve upon it. People. Programming, direct sales, and marketing are wonderful, but you have to have the talent to accomplish your goals. The BBB funding accounts for this and recognizes that these tax dollars also need to go to providing for full and part-time employees to manage and facilitate the dream. Flagstaff. A vibrant and thriving community with its eye on growing the economy and caring for its community. Like many communities around the country where there is one version or another of a tourism tax, Flagstaff's BBB tax is utilized to great benefit of the community through beautification of our public spaces, education of our young people, attraction, retention, and expansion of our businesses, job creation, library services, and marketing to our visitors to come and appreciate the people and the beauty of Flagstaff.
With the city's attorneys for legal advice on any item listed on the following agenda. Can we have roll call?
Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Aslan.
Here.
Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember House. Here. Councilmember Matthews. Here. Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here. Councilmember House, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Please stand if you're able.
Councilmember McCarthy, our mission statement.
Thank you, Mayor. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
And Councilmember Matthews, our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mayor. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Moving down to item number 4, which is public participation. This enables the public to address the council about items that are not on the prepared agenda. Public participation appears on our agenda twice, once now and once at the end of our work session. You may speak at one or the other, but not both. Anyone wishing to comment at the meeting is asked to fill out a speaker card, which is located in the back, and submit it to the recording clerk. When the item comes up on the agenda, your name will be called. You may address the council up to 3 times throughout the meeting, including comments made during public participation. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and there's a little timer down here. And we have one public participant, Jill Stevenson.
This feels like deja vu all over again. Mayor, Council, well, I guess Vice Mayor is here too, virtually. Okay. I'm Jill Stevenson, a volunteer with Northern Arizona Climate Change Alliance. I want to thank you for being here every Tuesday afternoon and evening, for attending other groups' meetings, and doing all the studying of issues to keep yourselves up to date. This must sometimes feel like a thankless job where you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. I hope you know that we volunteers with NASCA are available to help with any climate-related issues, which is a lot of what you deal with. Some of us are good at researching. If, for instance, you need more facts about one of our focuses, electric vehicles, what kind are rated best, where to purchase them, how to drive and maintain them, what grants are available, etc. Some of us are persuasive or diplomatic or forceful. We run the whole gamut of human approaches. We are always willing to meet with any or all of you to work out problems you might have with our concerns. We are not against you, we are for climate solutions. We know this is the most serious, devastating, long-lasting issue of this Anthropocene era. We intend to continue doing what must be done to deal with climate change. We hope we can work together, just as you are working with citizens to formulate a regional plan. Please let us know how we can help. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving down to items 5 and 6, we have 2 proclamations. The first is National Gun Violence Survivors Week, and the second is Career and Technical Education Month. So if Mary and your group could come down for National Gun Violence Survivors Week. And then we have Patty is here for CTE. And all right, Council, meet me down there. Thanks. You can face them if you want. Whereas every year, more than 43,000 Americans are killed with guns, approximately 76,000 more are shot and wounded, and countless others experience the collective trauma of gun violence. In advance of early February, when more Americans are killed with guns than are killed in our peer countries in an entire calendar year, and I want to read that again. In advance of February, the month when more Americans are killed with guns than are killed in our peer countries in an entire calendar year, a gun violence survivor is anyone who has personally experienced gun violence, whether you have witnessed an act of gun violence, been threatened or wounded with a gun, or had someone you know and cared about wounded or killed. Forms of gun violence can include, but are not limited to, gun suicides, gun homicides, domestic violence involving a gun, shootings by law enforcement, mass shootings, and unintentional shootings. Firearms are the leading cause of death for children and teens. People in America in cities across the nation are working to end the senseless violence by advocating for common sense gun safety legislation. By commemorating National Gun Violence Survivors Week on January 22nd to January 26th, communities across America will raise awareness about gun violence and honor the lives stolen by gun violence. We renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the hands of those who are a danger to themselves or others, and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our communities safe. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Flagstaff declares January 22nd to January 26, 2024 to be National Gun Violence Survivors Week. We encourage all citizens to support their community's efforts to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence and to honor and value human lives. And then let's get a picture of all of us. And then we'd love to have you say a few words. Thank you. Please.
My name is Mary Grove, and I'm the Flagstaff lead for Moms Demand Action. And we have groups in all different states, all over the state. I think we have 6 different groups, and it's a nationwide group. And I just want to say, I want to thank the Mayor Daggett and the Flagstaff City Council for their attention to this issue. It's important to all of us, and if you'd like to know more, just go to momsdemandaction.org, or you could attend one of our meetings. We meet monthly, usually at a library, and you can find the events on that place too. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you. All right, Patty and the rest of you, please come down. Hello. Hey. Hello. Good to see you. Good to see you as well. Hello. How are you? Very official. Hi. Good to see you. Hi, neighbor. Hello. Hello. Good to see you. Come on up. Make room as we need. All right. February is National Career and Technical Education Month. Career and technical education provides a holistic educational experience inclusive of technical skills, leadership development, career readiness aptitudes, community service opportunities, work-based learning opportunities, industry-recognized credentials, and more. Students who complete a career and technical education program demonstrate uncommonly high performance across multiple academic, career, and life skills metrics, as well as being advantageously positioned for productive citizenship and life satisfaction. Career and technical education, through advisement by business, industry, and community partners, helps address the skills and qualifications gap by preparing students to engage in critical, high-demand, CTE-related fields. Flagstaff Unified School District currently offers 15 different career and technical education programs that represent 13 career clusters and prepares students for an incredible range of high-demand, high-yield post-graduation opportunities. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Becky Daggett, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, do hereby proclaim February 2024 as Career and Technical Education Month. And would one of you like to say a few words?
Sure.
You may have to really good.
Well, thank you for this proclamation and recognition of our career and technical education programs at Flagstaff Unified. Starting next fall, we'll actually be expanding to 17 different programs. And the great thing is the nutshell thing that I'd like to say about career and technical education and why we're so passionate about it is that it really holistically addresses all of the things that people say they want for their kids: academic achievement, development of technical skills, leadership skills, teamwork, development of what has about 9 names now, but employability skills, 21st century skills, those sorts of things, all get addressed in a holistic way within current technical education programs. And we do have here tonight people who wanted to come and be a part of this from across the spectrum. It's not just teachers that are up here, but we also have guidance staff. We have a member of one of our advisory councils, our community advisory councils is here. So we have, and even support staff from our office that does the real master puppeteering of things like our finances and all of that sort of stuff. So thank you very much, and just would encourage you to support current technical education in our community whenever and however you're willing and able. So thank you.
Yes, thanks for coming in. See you. Yes, thank you. Sorry. I grabbed. All right, moving down to item number 7, January work anniversaries. Welcome, Shannon.
Thank you, Mayor. Just pulling up the presentation so we can begin. All right, can you hear me okay? Yeah, great. So today we have a celebration of our employees who have experienced a year of service anniversary in January. We have several for our first year anniversaries, so really exciting within our police department, as well as Parks, Rec, Open Space, and Events. Continuing on, we've got some finance, as well as beautification employees, administrative support staff. As well as some additional employees in solid waste and upstairs in our CMO office. So moving on to our 5-year anniversaries, Sally Stapleton, she is one of our temporary employees out at the library. She actually fills in for the Grand Canyon librarian when they are unable to report to work, and so she's one of our temporary staff that helps out there. Continuing on with 5 years, Megan Travis is one of our recreation leaders, is very proud of her work at NAU, and so she wanted the opportunity to share this photo with you. Our 10-year anniversaries, Manuel Sierra, he's one of our meter tech supervisors, so working in management services. Amy Tressler, our building official, is also celebrating her 10 years this month. And our 25-year anniversaries, we're celebrating Kim Burns. I believe that she is with us online, so she'll be able to hear our conversation, but would not be addressing council this evening. So Kim began working with us on January 11th, 1999 in a full-time capacity. Prior to this, she worked as a temporary employee, mostly in Parks and Recreation as a scorekeeper, a facilities site supervisor, as well as customer service, where she then began her full-time career, moving in 1998 to 1999. In 2014, she promoted again to become a billing specialist. Kim's been recognized for her great work here at the city with the quality service increase in 2004. The multiple wonderful outstanding worker awards, we refer to those as WOWs because it's recognizing an employee who goes above and beyond. That's in 2006, 2013, as well as 2016. And then one of our highest awards as the City Manager's Excellence Award in 2015. So Kim's been recognized for her good work throughout her career here at the city. We wanted to take an opportunity to appreciate her dedication to our organization as well as the community, and to congratulate Kim on her 25 years. Kim, if you're with us, round of applause. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you. All right, moving down, item number 8, Beautification and Action Grants plus Beautification Arts and Sciences new program logo.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Kristen Crujito, and I'm the Art Collections and Beautification Coordinator here at the City of Flagstaff. And today I will be providing you with an overview of our Beautification in Action Grant program. So this presentation will highlight the guidelines of the Beautification Action Grants, outreach, the application process. I will also feature recently completed projects and how they relate to City of Flagstaff policies, or goals, policies and key priorities. And then I'll also provide a sneak peek of what's in store for 2024. Funded by the Bed, Board, and Beverage Tax, Beautification and Action Grants are mini grants up to $4,500 for art and beautification projects to enhance Flagstaff's spaces and places. And these projects are not initiated by Beautification Arts and Sciences, but rather they are created by the community for the community. So it is a wonderful opportunity for artists and creatives to complete a small project with a big impact. So beautification and public art projects, art and beautification projects can take a variety of forms, and I've listed a few of them here. So whether an applicant wants to apply to do a mural or a sculpture, or perhaps a community garden or a pollinator garden, the most important thing is that it must be a physical project. In my communication with community members over the last year, there's often a misconception that beautification and action grants are only for artists, and that is not true. Yes, artists can apply, but also community members, groups, local businesses, nonprofits, and schools, elementary schools, junior high, high school, and Northern Arizona University. Unlike some grant applications that can be very intimidating or perhaps overwhelming, especially for a grant applicant that does not have grant writing experience, our grants are very straightforward, they're uncomplicated, and they're very accessible. And best of all, we help applicants each and every step of the way. We have 2 grant cycles, one in the spring with a deadline of March 15th and one in the fall with a deadline of September 15th. And we are helping applicants every week throughout the year. So these are our program goals for 2023 that we set in 2023, excuse me. And the first is to expand our marketing and PR, so really expand our outreach efforts and the consistency of those outreach efforts. And in doing so, this will help us meet another goal, which is to diversify the scope of applications that we receive. Finally, we want to foster community capacity. The Beautification and Public Art Commission, along with staff, want to see projects that engage the community, inspire the community, and mobilize the community. And Engaging, inspiring, and mobilizing means providing education and training opportunities, not only for the grant applicant, but for everyone that's involved in the project. These goals are very much in line with key city priorities, and these include enhancing the image and identity and the unique sense of place in the region, supporting and promoting the arts, the sciences, and education resources that are available to all, helping to drive economic vitality, and fostering healthy communities and neighborhoods. So let's take a look of some of the projects that were installed in 2023. This first one here is by artist Joel Geist, and Joel is pictured in this image. This is for a two-part mural at the Cosmic Ray Tunnel on the Sheep Crossing Trail. This tunnel runs under the I-17 and connects the Ponderosa Trails neighborhood with Fort Tuthill. And the east entrance pays homage to the Basque Shepherd tradition here in northern Arizona, while the west entrance celebrates the life and legacy of mountain biking pioneer and hiking enthusiast Cosmic Ray. Members of Flagstaff Leadership Program, last spring, they spent a weekend along with school families and community volunteers to revitalize a native pollinator garden at the entrance to Puente de Hoyo School. Over the course of one weekend, they spent many hours planting dozens upon dozens upon dozens of drought-tolerant and native plants. And this is one example of how a beautification in action grant really enables a long-term project. So usually the upkeep of a project is the responsibility of the applicant. Last spring, this responsibility and really ownership was transferred to Puente de Hoyo management. And this is because the elementary school wants to expand the garden. And so they are applying for other grant opportunities to do just that. Terra Birds received a Beautification in Action grant to do a mural on the side of the sustainability building, and they commissioned local artist Robert Chambers to paint this mural here featuring 9 pollinators. Students and teachers at Killip Elementary School also revitalized a native pollinator garden. And this is a part of a much bigger project that includes not only the native pollinator garden, but also a composting area and also a mural on an existing storage unit. And already this, like the Puente de Hoyo garden, has been incorporated into the curriculum of the elementary school, and students and passersby enjoy this new amenity. The project on the left is very near and dear to me. This was done by, or spearheaded, I should say, by a community member. Her name is Margaret Morrison. And Margaret resides at the condo complex on Beaver and Dale. And she wanted to transform 2 very drab utility cabinets into beautiful pieces of art. But she didn't know where to start. So she contacted our program, and we met with Margaret. We provided her with dozens of artwork from artists who had previously applied to partake in our traffic signal cabinet wraps. And Margaret took those images and back to her HOA, and the HOA and the residents of her condo complex ultimately selected the artwork here, which is by Jill Sands. And this artwork represents nature and features plant forms. And on the right, we see another transformation of a utility cabinet into a masterpiece by local artist Dana Camberg. This is located in LaRue Alley. Artist Dwayne Koyowena transformed the entrance to Chocolita Chocolate Cafe, which is in Kachina Plaza. And Dwayne, who is Hopi Tewa, wanted to showcase the beauty of Hopi culture. And so his mural here features Hopi iconography, specifically Hopi pottery designs and the inclusion of Hopi water gods. So in 2023, we have expanded our outreach. And again, this is to increase the diversity of, to diversify the scope of applications that we receive. So we've worked with the City of Flagstaff Public Affairs Office to disseminate press releases to local media outlets with great success. We had a solid feature this spring in the Arizona Daily Sun, and then in the fall we had 2 wonderful articles as well. Also noted inclusions in Flagstaff Business News, Cronkite News, and an interview on Calf Country Radio. We also send reminder emails to our Beautification Arts and Sciences listserv, which has more than 400 subscribers. And in those direct emails, we also highlight recently installed beautification and action grant projects. We work again with the City of Flagstaff to make sure that we maintain a consistent presence across social media platforms. And then we also work with other nonprofit entities here in the city, like Creative Flagstaff, that includes this opportunity to their constituents. Grassroots marketing efforts includes flyer distribution to downtown businesses and nonprofits. And then something we did new this year, we purchased 2 weeks of underwriting spots on KNAU with great success. I received about a dozen phone calls from community members who had heard about the opportunity on KNAU and have been working with a few of them on their applications that they hopefully plan on submitting for the March deadline. So all of this, again, this expanded outreach has had great success and has led to us doubling the number of projects, beautification action grant projects. So last spring, we awarded 5, we had 5 projects, and in 2024, we will have 10, and I will take you through those briefly. The Flagstaff Family Food Center plans to do a garden oasis, and this will allow food access to vulnerable populations, as well as provide more farm-to-table opportunities for the community. And they have partnered with students at FALA, and the students have created a beautiful and colorful mural to really accentuate this space. The Willow Bend Environmental Education Center will now be home to a wildflower meadow maze to be enjoyed by center visitors. Bushmaster Park will be home to a community fruit orchard. More than 35 apple, pear, and some other fruit that I'm forgetting will be planted, and this is in an effort to support biodiversity and ecosystem resiliency. 5 little free libraries will be installed in Sunnyside. They will have books in both English and Spanish for residents. And then for the first time ever, Northern Arizona University has applied for a beautification and action grant, and we are really excited about this application. We've tried in the past to attract NAU, albeit unsuccessfully, but this year we succeeded, and so we received an application from an NAU student to transform a utility box in a highly visible area at NAU into a work of art. And so this student is leading a group that will she is leading a group that will select artwork ultimately that's done by either a student, a faculty member, or a professional artist in the community. Dark Sky Brewing will be installing a new colorful mural to their newly expanded space. Texas Roadhouse will be decorating a highly visible utility box on their property with kitschy desert images. A vibrant mural will decorate the side of the Habitat for Humanity building, and we see a rendering of that mural at the bottom of this slide. This is by artist Molly Keene. A historic train rail bench from century-old rails will be installed at the Visitor Center. And probably the most unique project is the Sunnyside Sunflowers in Bloom project by the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association. So this will feature a sunflower mural with a dynamic QR code. And when visitors or residents of Sunnyside scan that code, they will be taken to a website where there is more information about the Sunnyside community. They can listen to oral histories, and they can find out more information about upcoming events and how to get involved in their community. And finally, I would also just like to recognize Councilmember Sweet. She serves as the council liaison to the Beautification and Public Art Commission. So thank you, Councilmember. And that is all I have for you. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much. This is such an exciting project, and it's great to have this update with the photos and so forth. Council, do we have questions, comments? Councilmember House, then Councilmember Sweet.
Well, thank you so much for this presentation. It's really exciting to see all of these projects that are going to come forward and really bolster the arts in our community, bolster the beauty of our community, and just really put a spotlight on Flagstaff's unique culture. So I'm really excited to see them come to fruition. Really excited to see the continued engagement, as you said, of the sense of place that they develop. And really excited by the different community gardens and food oasis opportunities that are being brought forward. Just knowing the work that we're doing in sustainability and seeing that tie into these arts projects is a really exciting opportunity, and I think is paving the way for a lot of future opportunities that we can embrace as well. So thank you and the team for that, and thank you, Councilmember Sweet, for your involvement.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have mentioned several times how I love being on this commission, and I'm proud to be the liaison. I think your expanded marketing efforts have really paid off. I have lots of friends who I didn't even know they were applying, but they know about this program now, a lot of artists, and I think it's great to get that word out, so good job on that. I'm a big fan of the utility box wraps, and I don't know about all of you, but when I'm driving and I see that, it just makes me smile. And I'm very excited for the 2024 grant recipients, and I look forward to seeing those projects come alive. So good job. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to echo what Councilmember Sweet said. Just today, I was driving into this meeting, and I looked over and I saw a light box that was not wrapped, and I was like, oh, when is that going to happen? I just want them everywhere because they just really just bring more character to our beautiful mountain town. So I really appreciate all the efforts and the outreach, and maybe I'll encourage somebody to pick that box that's on my trip into town to wrap. So thank you.
Thank you. And more traffic signal cabinets are planned in 2024.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yeah, I just want to say that the kind of projects that you guys do separate this city from other cities and make it really special. So when visitors come here, they notice. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's really well put. Thank you. All right, I think that's all that, all the comments we had. So thank you again.
Thank you.
There's a small, short second half to our presentation. Okay. So, Mayor, Vice Mayor Aslan, council members, I'm Jana Weldon, Beautification, Arts, and Sciences Manager, and I'm here today to reveal our new program logo that my staff and I developed with Jennifer Shaver, the Creative Services Specialist at Discover Flagstaff, and my hat off to her to all the work that she did with our program. So, here's our logo. Our logo is designed to work with variable images. The lettering design is the same throughout them, and it can stand alone, as you can see in the bottom right-hand corner. These are the images that we've developed so far. They are drawn from the traffic signal cabinet wraps. These art wraps are very graphic by nature. They were very easy to use and put into the logo. And they also represent, a diversity of content. And they're just the graphic nature of them grabs the eye and grabs the attention. But we do have other aspects of our program, and we do intend to develop more of the imagery that could be used for the logos for different purposes. This past year, we started professionally photographing our projects. So the Gandhi Dancer image in the upper right, that came out of this already. And the completed capital projects like the courthouse, the main library, the Coconino Scroll out at the airport, those will soon have an image to include with our logos. Also, we're going to include more straightforward beautification projects like the flowers in the downtown and the Route 66 monuments, again, to reflect a bit more of the scope of our program. But we will use the logo, judiciously for the purpose that is, going to be used for. Science is a little harder to capture. We're beautification, arts, and sciences, and it's not at the end for, because it's less, but we mostly fund that through the operating grants to nonprofits, so that's kind of hard to capture in an image. We did like Sonia London Hall's, mosaic at Joe Montalvo, and it's at the end of the second line on the right, and because her imagery itself evoked the sciences, so we thought that worked, and we'll look for more opportunities like that to incorporate the sciences into the logo as well. So this is just a little bit how the logo might look with or without an image with other logos. So at the bottom you have it without any image, and then at the top we chose one and kind of fit it in with some of the kind of sister partner programs and sister city programs that we might be using. And then this is our signature GIF in our email messages. It's really quite fun, and we like to use the art to carry the dynamic nature of Flagstaff as the most wonderful place to live, work, and play. The artists who created the images that you see here are all Arizona artists, and I would say, I can't remember the exact percentage, 83% are Flagstaff artists. Then we have gone on and we have made stickers and coffee mugs for some of these logo images, and stickers also from the Coconino Scroll medallions. The commissioners and staff have been giving away these stickers at First Fridays. We've been tabling events, and this outreach also helped bring in more applicants for BIA grants and more applicants for our other projects from the local. I was also struck when I was tabling by how many who approached our table were new residents to Flagstaff. They just moved up here from the valley. They were so happy to be here. And the Black Lumberjack at Butler and LaRue and the Sun Goddess at the entry road to Buffalo Park were like traffic signal cabinets they had already taken in. And it connected them to Flagstaff immediately. and they really felt delight about their choice to move here. So that was, really moving to me. And so with the swag, we have 5 that we've made up. So I invite you at the next break. There's the fox at Fox Glen Park. There is the Joe Montalvo mosaic. There's the mountain lion and the sun goddess and the East Library logo. So,
is there more than one of each so that we don't have to fight?
there's enough for each of you to have whichever one you want. I put out 4. If all of you just want one, well, got the rest to you later. You can just tell me. Also inside are the stickers that I spoke of. So please, at the next break, come and take them.
Thank you.
All right.
Council, was that the end of your?
Yes, that's the end.
I think that these are all beautiful, and I love how you've used the different images. I just think that it's a really stunning representation of the work that you do, and very beautiful. Council, questions, comments? Councilmember Sweet?
Thank you. And to add on to what Mayor just said, what a great way to celebrate our local artists. So thank you.
Councilmember House?
I just want to steal that signature scrolling image. It's absolutely beautiful, and it's so captivating, and I'm just so excited by all of these. It's a really cool way to integrate that art into the logo and make it transitional and just evolving constantly. It's really, really cool, so kudos.
Thank you.
Councilmember Matthews?
I thought I picked my favorite earlier. It's going to be really hard. You might have to just hand them out because they're all so beautiful. But thank you so much. This is very special. Appreciate it.
Well done. Thank you. Okay, item number 9. Fair items, city seal and logo, and civic symbols. Welcome, Chris.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Didn't realize I'd be following such a similar item. That's kind of nice, actually. Let's see. All right, for the record, Chris Rohde, Management Analyst in Communications and Civic Engagement. And this is kind of a fun item for me. I'm a huge fan of these kinds of civic symbols myself, so I'm excited that I get to kind of show a bit of a nerdier side of myself today as we're going to go through this presentation. And very nice to follow such good work done by the Public Arts and Beautification team. This will be kind of related. There's a few sections of this presentation. I'm going to start by giving a background on civic symbols. We'll go through what ours are right now, and then we'll start looking towards what can happen next, and then at the very end I'll solicit 3 fairly specific items of direction from you on how to move forward. So first, I wanted to note that just there's 3 common types of symbols that are used to represent a municipal organization or government. It can be a state, federal government as well. The first one is the city seal, and this is usually a small, intricate item it goes on a piece of paper, and it originates back from when you used wax seals on envelopes, and you'd put a little thing it was your specific one that represented you or the organization, and it's emerged from that to be the item or the symbol that makes something an official representation, or so all your ordinances, resolutions, those get an official seal on them to make them official and kind of as a proclamation. There's a logo, which is the more known symbol of the organization. It's what you use on social media. It's what most people in the public know you by, essentially, and you can use it for a broad array of uses. Finally, there's a flag, and that's what's flown outside the building. Hung behind you all right now is our existing city flag, along with the state flag, the U.S. flag, and then the county flag. So, I'll note that just in recent years, people have started paying a lot more attention to flags. Something from a TED Talk about 10 years ago that was given, they become very popular. So people are starting to embrace those a lot more in the last decade or so. So, starting with a seal, I've shown 3 examples here, and these are ones that are all done well. What makes one good? So a seal is supposed to convey a history and culture, so it's kind of looking back at what the city of Flagstaff is and has been about, or a different organization. It works well if they're in black and white, because then you can make a vector out of them and actually use the little stamp that like changes the, the weight of the paper when you can kind of feel it. So it's important that it's not a gradient, because you can't really do that with those kinds of applications. It should use meaningful symbolism that's important and local to the organization. And because of these, they're small and they're not meant to be displayed on billboards and things. They can be very intricate. They can have really cool little details in them and things like that you wouldn't have in other symbols. So I have the city of Scottsdale, which has its well-known bucking bronco. The city of Phoenix, which you'll see here. I'm using their whole design palette. And the one on the left is a brand new one that is just, I believe, approved in the last month or so, which is the new state seal of the state of Minnesota. So it's a more modern design. You can see what they look like under, more current designs. And this one went through a very unique process that I'll talk about later on as well. I wanted to note that one because it's so new and the way it came about to be, and I'll talk about that process here in a little bit. For a logo is similar to a seal, but it needs to work in various sizes. So it should be recognizable when it's small, down the size of your thumb on a piece of paper. It should be recognizable in social media, and when it's big and scalable to large applications. It's also helpful if it works in black and white. And similarly, it should also have meaningful symbolism that's local to the organization. But it really should be distinct and identifiable. It should be something that when you see it, that's what that represents. So I've chosen a couple here that carry that. The county logo, the Coconino County, that teal and brown with kind of the Grand Canyon, the peaks, and the cloud on it. I'm sure we've all seen that. We know exactly what that represents. I spent a little bit of time in the Pacific Northwest, and you see the logo for Bend, Oregon everywhere up there. It's simple, but it's everyone knows what it means. It's all over the place. Again, the city of Phoenix, their seal is essentially just their logo with the text around it, but their logo actually works well kind of as both, so I wanted to highlight it for that reason. Maricopa County has a new one that they put out, I think, in the last year or two with the saguaro cactus for the eye. That saguaro cactus kind of works by itself as well, so it works in the typeface and as its own logo. I use it here in the logos because I don't expect that it's all that known yet, but I wanted to show you what it could be. And then 2 other ones, the city of Oakland. The city of Oakland has this very intricate oak tree. It was actually incorporated into a jersey that's worn by the Golden State Warriors, so they've adopted that as a larger symbol. And then the city of Dallas with its kind of 3-vectored D, and that one is actually also used by Southern Methodist University in their branding as well. So they use that same kind of typeface because it's become the symbol of that city, and it's a point of local pride. And then finally, for flags, these are meant to be very simple. Should only usually have a few colors on it. Again, meaningful symbolism is important in all kinds of civic symbols. A note here is that you're not supposed to use lettering or seals on a flag. And the reason for that is that if you have to write down what it is you are trying to represent, your symbolism has failed. You'll notice behind us that our flag does not conform to many of these rules. It's not used widely. There's only 2 versions in existence. I believe one's here and the other is upstairs. So we don't fly it outside of buildings. It's not used, but it just a type of symbol that exists. Wanted to throw it out there. Some examples of ones that are recognizable. The city of Phoenix, again, their symbol works so well. You can just put it on a flag with 2 colors and it looks great. Everyone knows what it represents. Arizona, I think Arizona is well regarded as having a beautiful flag in the nation. If you're an Arizonan like I am, I think you take pride in it a little bit. And then the bottom three are, the one on the left you might not know, that's the flag of the city of Amsterdam. And if you know much about Amsterdam, you might look at that and think that's about right. And that's why it's here. The other two are St. Louis, which has the convergence of the Missouri and the Mississippi River. And then Chicago, which 2 bands and then the 4 stars represent 4 catastrophic fires throughout its history. But all of those are well known and liked in their communities. Yeah, Councilmember McCarthy.
While we're on this slide, I want to note the Arizona flag and what a great flag that is. And just this week, I had a meeting where there was a discussion about the woman that invented that flag, who lived on the south side here in Flagstaff, and some efforts that are going forward to preserve the home that she lived in on South LaRue Street. Very timely. What a great flag. I think it's one of my favorite flags of any flag I've ever seen. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I actually heard that story this morning for the first time. I didn't realize that she was from Flagstaff. That was a fun fact to learn. I thought, what an appropriate time to learn that as well. So that's what makes a good symbol. We'll go into what ours are now. This is our city seal. It is not what you may think it is, that logo with the flag and the elk on it. That is not our seal. This is our city seal. And this picture, it may look grainy and hard to read. This was taken out of our city code book. This is the exact image that appears in there right now. It is defined in city code. It essentially just says City of Flagstaff across the top, incorporated May 26th, 1894, and then it says seal in big, actually the biggest text on it is the word seal in the middle of it. I didn't know this existed until I began research for this project, so I'm confident in saying it's not well known in the community. That's what we're dealing with right now. We pretty much just use it for putting a seal on documents that come from council and commissions and things like that. This is our city logo. It is not defined in city code. Doesn't exist in there. This is the one that is more well recognized throughout the community, but for that reason, it is often mistaken as a seal, partly because it looks like a seal. It's intricate, it's small, it's got the information established on it and everything, and it's changed over time. There's a lot of versions of this around. So the big one in the middle is the one that you see most commonly. The one on the left is an older version. And if you turn around and look at the flag again, you'll notice that that's the version that's on the flag, not the big one that we actually currently use. It's an older version. And actually, I made these, and then I saw a photo from another employee of some polos that were made up, like a polo shirt, and it had a different logo entirely on it. And I was like, oh my goodness. And finally, right behind the mayor is another version of it that appears nowhere else, a very nice painting of a similar landscape. So they're all along the same theme, but they are not the same. And I want to call attention to one other thing on this, and that's at the bottom of this logo, it says established 1882. And if you heard what I said a few minutes ago, that is a different year than appears on our city seal. This fact took me down quite the rabbit hole. I was confused and perplexed. I felt like I didn't know when the city existed for a little while, but what I learned is that we were incorporated in 1894. That's the date that the territory of Arizona, rather, incorporated the city of Flagstaff. To the best of my understanding, all the research I did, this year, 1882, refers to the year that the Atlantic and Pacific Railroad was built from Albuquerque to Kingman, or completed in that section. So it's essentially the year the railroad came through Flagstaff. There's a lot of other events that happened around that time. The original Flagstaff, for which the city's named, was allegedly at least raised in 1876 for the centennial of the country. The post office was 1891, I think. There's several ones that happened along this time period that could conceivably be the establishment of the city of Flagstaff, and that's not to mention that this is an area that's been inhabited for many, many years by several different indigenous peoples. So just wanted to note that's what is here. We have two different years and what they both actually do represent.
Is the elk on the top one 2 colors?
Yes, it is. I don't know if this is one that was produced by the city of Flagstaff at any point, but it is out there in the world, and it looks like ours, so I figured I would throw it in here because it at least attempts to be our logo. So I figured I would just show you that there are numerous versions out there in circulation, was the point of that. We don't have a current city flag. It's not defined in code. I said there's two versions of it, the one there and the one upstairs. It's not used in the community, and it is the older version on a white background. So quick, we don't really have a full city flag. We do, but it's not really used in the way that you would use an official one. Now, we'll talk about what we can do if you want to do anything at all. There's a couple options we could take at this point. The first one, and I'll go through all the options before I'm asking you to pick which one it is, so you can discuss it, and then we'll go back at the end. The first one is to take no action or take very minimal action. So something that just, if you give me direction to do something very small, it doesn't require much more, I can bring you back an ordinance or resolution, or we can just do stuff ourselves. So if you want to change a year or make our logo into the seal as well, things like that, would be option number one. Second one would be we can hire an outside design firm to embark on this project. We could attempt to do it internally, and I think that the last presentation we saw actually demonstrates some of the great talent we have within this organization and ability to do some things like that. We could also try to go through a more public process where either the public at large or our commissions are heavily involved in taking us through that project and actively involved in the design process. So those are four paths forward that I've identified. I want to talk about what each of those would mean and the pros and cons of them. So if you want to do nothing or something very minimal, we can make the dates consistent. We could use the logo as a seal, things like that. Other ones you may have in your mind that you want to tweak. This would be easy, it'd be quick. The cost would be negligible. It would just be how long it takes me or anyone else to make that change for you. So negligible cost on that one, then we're done. If we design through a hired firm, I took a look at what other organizations in Arizona have done in the last couple years. So here's 5 logos that were all devised through contracts in the last 5 years. They ranged between $20,000 and $65,000 at cost to the city. I'm going to abstain from making subjective comments on whether these are good or bad logos, but I'll just note what they are. I'll leave it up to you to decide whether or not those are good, or whether we could do as good internally or not. That's not what I'm here for, but that's just what has come out of this process in the state of Arizona in the last couple of years. The third option is to do it internally. This has not been done as much, and I'm actually a little surprised by that. But we do have expertise in this city, both in groups like Arts and Beautification and in Discover Flagstaff. We have skills and expertise that could assist with this process. I noted that we could employ commissions to help with that design if we choose to do so. And then if you go this route, the cost would largely just be staff time, because we would not be hiring an outside firm. If we're using commissions, commission salaries are not large. I believe they're $0. It's a path forward for you if you'd like to take it that would be cheaper. It's not used as commonly, but we likely have the skills and expertise to do it if you so choose. Finally, I'm calling it the public first process. This is used more frequently, not as much for logos, but very common for flags. I mentioned that flags have taken off in the last 10 years. This has become a huge thing for flags. Cities all across the country have gone through things like this and have come up with some really cool designs. If you do it this way, where you actually take submissions from the public and say, we want to hear from you, send in your ideas. There's pros and cons to this. I don't want to portray it all as all good or all bad. It could create buy-in with the community. We could engage the schools and the youth of our community. We could really spur that, I think. However, it could be time consuming. It could take more staff time for us to go through all those, to weed out any ones that are inappropriate or just wouldn't work based on criteria that we set. And then some folks I talked to did want to convey that they're concerned that through this process you could struggle to find something that meets all the good criteria, to really get a good design. You'd be trying to, maybe it would try to do too many things at once, or would leave things out that are important. But again, the cost for this would largely be staff time, because we would not be hiring an outside firm, and we'd be able to use the community to help us out with this. So That's what that process could look like if you want to go through it. This is just a general idea of what the steps could look like for it. We would be putting out essentially a call for people to make submissions. We could assemble a panel to wean them down, digitize anyone's. If a third grader draws it in crayon and we think it's pretty good, we want to consider it, we could make it in a more professional format. We could use a citizen survey to give them a voice in which ones they like as well, and then let a panel maybe tweak it and then bring it back to you for a final judgment. This is not in stone. This is just an idea of what a process could look like. It could absolutely be changed. It could skip steps. It could add steps. Whatever. I just wanted to give you an idea of what that looks like, because this is kind of a more complex process if you decide to embark on it. In either of those last two options, you could use commissions to wean things down. I talked with several different other staff members in the city, including Jana, who's over here behind me, and she actually had the idea on the second bullet point of not to use a commission, but to use, if you want to do this is still an if, but to assemble members of different commissions together. That way you have kind of buy-in and influence from the various different groups in the city that may want influence. So again, these are not what it has to be, but I decided I put together 5 that I thought maybe would be up for the task, and that's the Public Arts and Beautification Commission, Indigenous Commission, the Diversity Awareness Commission on Diversity Awareness, the Heritage Preservation Commission, and then perhaps someone from the Employee Advisory Committee, so a staff person internal to the city that is a member of this organization and works for it. So again, not the option you have to pick, just I wanted to give you an idea of what it could look like and to let you know that we've thought about it. And if you want to go that way, we do have, that we're confident we could execute it. All right, so I think at this point, this one is at the end. How do you implement it once it's done? You could do it all at once, where you take down every sign that has the old stuff on it and put the new ones up right away. It would create an immediate new identity for the city. It would be a huge recognizable task. It would be expensive. It would cost a lot of money to do all that, to inventory everywhere that any of our logos exist now, and to take them down right away. I made it a broad range because I don't know how much it'll cost. I don't have a truly good estimate, besides that it would be expensive. The other option, and the one that is almost always used by the organization that have done it so far, is you do it digitally. So you add your website, email signatures, letterhead, things like that, and then just as things break. This way you're not taking every truck out of commission and putting a new logo on the side of it. Just when it's appropriate and when they are ready for replacement, you put the new one up. And so you'll still see some lingering ones of the old logo for a while if you go this way, or the old whatever it may be. But it would be negligible. You build the cost into when you buy new equipment and do a few things electronically, and it takes that cost from substantial to essentially nothing. All right. So here's the part where if you have discussion, we can discuss each of these. I can go back slides if you like, but I've got 3 specific questions for you now on how and if you want to go about this process. And the first one is, what are we going to do, and how much of it are we going to do? So small changes, the logo, seal, flag, multiple of those options. That's the first piece of information, I guess, that I would need to move forward. So if there's discussion, happy to entertain that as well.
There's lots of discussion.
Sure there would. I thought there might be.
Vice Mayor Aslan.
Thank you. City Clerk, I'm locked out of having my camera on. I don't know if you can help with that, because I'm for some reason logged in as a guest. If you disable that, I will pop on the video. But meanwhile, thank you, Chris, so much for this presentation. I will tell you, it leaves me more enthusiastic than ever about moving forward with doing something here. When I brought this forward as a fair, it was really out of curiosity and a sense of adventure, and just thinking about the possibilities. I think that I'm trying to turn my camera on here. That's why I can't do 2 things at once. There it goes. Where was I? I completely lost my train of thought, but I'll just kind of start over here, I guess. I I do think it's a good idea to move forward on this. Oh yeah, when we first got going on this idea, I was very ambivalent about it. It was something that was brought to me independently several different times, and I figured there was absolutely no harm in bringing it up at a council meeting. I'm very appreciative of the support it got to move forward this far. At this point, I think we should keep moving forward. Chris's research was very interesting. I have always felt that our logo, while quaint in a way, is definitely outdated, and I think Flagstaff could use something more modern. I would like to see something that recognizes the indigenous influence and legacy and heritage included in any logo for Flagstaff. And this hasn't gotten done recently because it's kind of a back burner issue. It really isn't much of a priority for a city that's going through so many things as we are. But every once in a while, an organization needs to sort of grab things off the back burner and just sort of get going on it. So I think we've delayed long enough on doing this. I would like to see a whole redesign for the city seal and the city logo. In terms of a flag, if we only have 2 flags and that's not going to change, I wouldn't focus any effort on that, except that maybe the city logo goes onto the flag the way it is now. And that's the way I would go forward with it. I guess I'll keep the conversation about cost and implementation for later, but I'm going to go ahead and anticipate Chris's next question. In terms of the process, everything you presented, Chris, is totally realistic. I think we could do any one of those things. I'm hesitant as someone, I'm not an artist. I'm not a visual artist or a graphic designer, but I do know that you can get too many cooks in the kitchen pretty fast. I think it's a wonderful story that Councilmember McCarthy just shared about the origin of the Arizona flag. We know lots of flag origin stories. It would be my preference that if we pick a seal and a logo, that it is the product of an individual artist, but that we could have commissions or an ad hoc committee of commissioners pick the finals for us to choose from. I kind of like that winnowing down idea. What I wouldn't want to have happen is design by committee, where you get 10 or 12 different people all saying what they want in a logo or a seal. I think that would get clunky. It would be unnecessarily competitive and divisive. So those are my thoughts on that. I will reserve further comment for after more discussion. I look forward to hearing what others have to say.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Chris, for this information. Definitely very, very interesting. I am totally in favor of doing some redesigns. I love the story of how things have kind of changed over time, and I really kind of like the idea of transitioning the current logo to the seal. I think it is more recognizable. I think it's something that gets seen as a seal image a lot of the time, and so it seems like a really kind of smooth transition, and maintains that legacy and that history and heritage. At the same time, I definitely love the idea of redesigning the logo, and I think it presents a really interesting opportunity for us because we've had a lot of the conversations lately about the renaming of the peak and the shift to the name Amaki, and recognizing the need for Indigenous land action and recognizing that heritage and the history of Flagstaff as Kinlani and all of that. I think it's a really cool opportunity for us to recognize that history and heritage in an official logo for the city, and recognize that historical naming and that historical place. I do like the idea of doing the design internally with input from a panel made up of commission members. I agree with Vice Mayor on the challenges and risk of design by committee. One of the last tasks that I was part of with my former employer was redesigning the branding and the logo for that, and it took a very, very long time to come up with a very relatively simple logo because there were so many different opinions being put into that process. But I think, especially with the presentation that we just saw before this one, I know and trust that we have a very skilled internal design team and a lot of great voices that could add a lot to this conversation. So I'm excited to see where we can go and what we can come up with in a way that would really tell the story of Flagstaff and give us images that we're proud to put forward as representational of the culture and story of this place. So thanks.
Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation and for Vice Mayor bringing this forward. I actually love logos. I've been through several renditions of new logos with my business, and they give us a chance to redefine who we are. And there is no doubt in my mind that we need maybe an updated version. I happen to like our current logo. I've said that publicly, but I'm willing to bend on that a little. I do struggle a little bit with the time and finances that this may take from the organization. You know, we're going into budget season, we are short-staffed, we have many, many needs that are not able to be met, streets, police, fire, and here we are talking about a new logo. I love it, but I just want to bring this up as we continue the conversation. So for me, I think using the current logo and putting it to a seal, that's a way that we can maybe save on some time and money and keep with the historic preservation of what I think is an okay logo. And I would be interested in maybe working with the community and a panel. I say that hesitantly because I'm not sure what time that will take, but something that would maybe alleviate some of the pressure with what we're dealing with as an organization with the core services. So I really, again, thank you for bringing this up, and thank you, Vice Mayor, too.
Councilmember Harris.
Hi, Chris. Thank you so much for that presentation. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. I love the idea of looking at redesigning our logo. I think it provides lots of opportunities for us. And so now I'm going to ask that we think about, if we do this, how do we incorporate those populations who have developed the city, who have made it what it is? While we sit at the base of the sacred peaks, I get that. But I also think that we have lots of other folks who have contributed to our community. And so we need to find a way that might incorporate all of them into some type of a logo. Example, the Hopi sun on the Murdoch Center, that sun represents male, female, earth, wind, sun. And so I think that trying to find symbols that bring us together as a community would be really, really helpful. And with that being said, I would suggest that we look at 3 to 5 people who we know in this community who have the ability to work in a group. And we know that because we've worked with them. We know that they have great ideas. We know that they are community members who care about our city and are not self-serving. And so I can think of a couple right off the top of my head. And so I think that if we're going to do this, let's bring those folks together and let them start the process, give them a timeline, talk to them about what it is that we think we want, and then ask them, give them the direction. Now, we need to have a staff person kind of oversee that group. It's an ad hoc committee, so hopefully we're not going to get into any, whatever, open meeting stuff, and Sterling can figure out all of that. And so I think going that way, and then what they bring back to us, we could put it out there and let people see it, whether that's in the hall of the city hall, or whether that's online, or whatever it is. And so that way, community members can have an opportunity to look at them and give us their feedback. But let's make it clear that at the end of the day, the 7 of us are going to decide what we do or what we choose, because 70,000 people can't make that decision. So those would be my comments. And I was also at that meeting yesterday or the day before, whenever it was, with the May Hicks property, and read a whole bunch of history about her and her family. And it just so happens that her house is in the South Side neighborhood, which is really exciting. And so I would recommend that we move forward with this. But also, I'm with Councilmember Sweet. I'm being really cautious about our time and our resources. And while this is definitely a great idea, and I love it because I like symbolisms and logos and those kinds of things, but I also know that a lot of our departments are short-staffed. That we have a whole bunch of other stuff that we need to be working on. And so why not let those 3 to 5 people come together and do this for us? And that way our staff time isn't taken up with it. So my 2 cents.
Councilmember Matthews?
Thank you, Mayor. When this fair item first came forward, thank you, Vice Mayor. I wasn't real thrilled about it because, again, I'm thinking dollars and cents, and not just a time commitment, but just changing out the letterhead and just everything that we put those stamps on. But seeing the inconsistencies of our logo and our stamp and stuff, I see there definitely is a good argument for that. I don't know how to get past it, but what concerns me, and I think you showed great examples of other cities, is we could throw a whole bunch of stuff in there and make it look super busy, and it would be very complicated to then put on all documents and vehicles and stuff. I'm open to, I'm interested in seeing where we could take this local artist for sure, not spending a lot of staff time commitment, but definitely something that gives parameters so we don't go too far down the rabbit hole. I mean, we have so much rich history in Flagstaff. If we got too enthusiastic about it, it'd be a very busy canvas. And like the rising of the Phoenix sun in Phoenix, everybody knows the bird, just different things like that. So I don't know if we can get to a simplistic logo, but I'm interested in seeing what our community could come up with. And if we could do it, I definitely would want to do it in a phase out and not a total replacement. I've done that once before, a couple of times before in the banking community, and it's a big nightmare and big expense. And to Councilmember Sweet's comments, we have so many needs, and it could get into the hundreds of thousands of dollars if we didn't keep it in the reins. We could phase into it and stuff, and I would like that because we do have a lot of super big needs, and this is kind of a wish list for me. So I'd like more discussion on it and maybe come up with some parameters to keep it tight and simple.
Just because the last three members have all mentioned this, I wanted just to speak to the cost and staff time point. If you want to go the direction that's going to use either a board or commission or a special panel for this project, I don't have specific figures for you right here, but I want to harp that I'm very confident that we'd be able to go to the community and tell them that this was not expensive and was not a huge draw on staff member time, because we wouldn't be doing a big contract and we'd be using the skills and time of people, whether they're in the city in official capacity on commissions or whether they're just volunteering for this, but who are volunteers. So I think that we'd be able to leverage the expertise of them both for the design process and for helping to wean it down and come up with a final candidate or two for all of your selection. I'm very confident that the staff time that goes into that would be relatively small. It'd be overseeing a few or however many meetings it takes, and then coordinating communication and maybe a little bit of time to work on digitizing something, but it would not be a huge draw on staff time. And I think that would be a selling point to the community as well. But I'm confident telling you that right now.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I've got a series of thoughts. The first one that pops into my mind is, don't fix it if it ain't broke. So I'm not sure we even need to do this. On the other hand, I'll say that I have designed 3 logos myself for various things that I've done in my life. Well, I mean, if we do this, I'll probably throw in some ideas. Good logos, you know, I appreciate a good logo. You heard my comments about the Arizona flag. So, I mean, I do appreciate a good flag, a good logo. My thought is that it has to be simple. We're not going to be able to incorporate every little thing that we associate this wonderful city with. I'm not so much inclined to hire a professional. I'm more inclined to say, if we do this, incidentally, if we do it, a public process. And some of the ideas I've heard tonight could make sense. So, and I do have concerns about the cost to develop it. It's always, I remember when I was an engineer and I did cost estimates, I do an honest estimate and then like double it or triple it, because I knew it was going to always cost 2 or 3 times as much. And then to incorporate it, I mean, we definitely should phase it in gradually. But even that can be a horrendous cost. And I just kind of wonder if it's worth it. So, I mean, I'm not going to fight this. If the council wants to go forward with it, fine, and I'll participate. And maybe we will come up with something really cool. But on the other hand, like my first comment is, I don't see that there's a amazing demand or need to update our logo. And as far as the seal, it's like, who cares? It's just done some paperwork. And the flag, it could just be the logo, as far as I'm concerned. On the other hand, if someone comes up with some great idea for a flag that's different than the logo, I'd be open-minded about that. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. I do think it's time to revisit some of the elements that we all talked about. So kind of our new, not understanding, because many of us have always understood, but our maybe greater awareness of contributors to the start of our city and taking us to where we are now. And I would be all about hiring an external graphic designer with a very and considering this to be a modestly priced item, you know, not going for nowhere near I think you said 20,000?
Of the range that I saw, of the 5 that were done, the cheapest was 20,000, the most expensive was 65,000.
Okay, so closer to the lower end, because I think that we should include the public in some way, and I think that will take up a good deal of staff time. So to also be creating the logo, I think would possibly overwhelm you all. It's not a graphic design skill that I don't think you have. It's time. And any graphic designer, I don't think we have to worry about a bunch of elements and pouring them in there, because any good graphic designer would quit if we asked for a logo that incorporated every single thing that was a part of our history. But I do think that the public can help us hone in on maybe a couple of icons that would be important to include. And I do think it's important to include the public to have some buy-in. And it could be as simple as starting out with a survey, asking for logo elements, asking for people like, what is it that represents Flagstaff to you? And maybe we could even find an NAU intern who wanted to do some focus groups with some of the people that Councilmember Harris was talking about, and just long-timers in Flagstaff, include NAU archives. They have so much history there. And definitely phase in just as we go along. And I think definitely we want the same date. On anything that's got a date, we should agree on what that date is, and and include that. So that's where I am. And thank you for bringing all of this to us, because I hear us all, and that includes me, not wanting this to become an overwhelming project and to supplant something else that we could be spending money on. But at the same time, I think the process of engaging the public and just thinking about where Flagstaff has come and what is important to us as a community is always an interesting and an important thing to do. And so getting a logo out of that would be great, as long as we don't spend too much money on it.
Okay. So I'm going to go through these to make sure that I understand the direction clearly here. The option essentially is not one. You do want to embark on a process. I heard 2 saying use the existing logo as the seal. Is that constitute direction from the whole group, or should seal be included in the project? I heard yes on logo, but the seal I'm unclear on. So.
And again, with the seal, you said really it only shows up on documents, right?
Yeah, it's on the paper that for ordinances and resolutions, things like that.
So I think we don't need seal in 16-point font on it, the word seal.
Probably not.
And we need the correct date. And then beyond that, that's my 2 cents. I'm seeing nods. Oh, Councilmember House.
Just a thought, because if we are embarking on the process of replacing the logo, and there are folks that like the logo, I think that would push a couple more people towards the idea of replacing the current seal with that logo, so that it's not completely lost. Because I think in this process, the way that we're going, you're running the risk of losing the seal or the logo that some people like. So I would kind of push towards that.
Thank you. And Councilmember McCarthy, did you put your hand up? Councilmember Sweet.
And I just want to thank you, Councilmember House, for bringing that up. It would warm my heart to keep our logo somewhere in this.
I'm going to take public comment right now. We have someone online.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mayor. We do. Just give me a moment here.
Sabrina, you can go ahead and unmute and offer your comments now. Sabrina, you can go ahead and unmute. Mayor, we're not getting a response. I would suggest we move on. Okay. Do you feel like you have the direction that you...
I believe so. I just want to state it, and then if you can tell me I'm correct,
yes, please.
That would make me feel a lot better here. So the direction is yes on the process to look at a new logo, and I believe it's to take the existing one and make it our seal and fix the date. Is that okay? All right. And then
Councilmember McCarthy has something.
I guess my concern is that the current logo is too complicated for a seal. A seal is usually a very simple, just look at the existing one, it's very simple. I'm just one guy, but I would suggest that we keep it more the way it is, but maybe get rid of the seal word or whatever. But just a thought. Go ahead.
And you had indicated in the beginning that seals could be more ornate, like the city of Scottsdale's was pretty ornate.
They can be, if you think of the seal of Arizona as well. It's a Ditat Deus, and it has, I think, a landscape of a farm. So I respectfully to Councilman McCarthy, I think that it's fairly common for seals to look more intricate and have a landscape or a design similar to what our current logo looks like.
Okay, continue.
Okay, so we'll take that one. We'll make sure the date is correct on it, and we'll look at making that one the seal that we use for those official purposes. We'll look at the process for a logo, and then I heard on the flag it was just take it, leave it. If you get a good design, bring it to you. But if not, let's not make that a whole fixture of the outreach. Right? I'm seeing head nods from that. Okay. And then the second one, which I think you also spoke to in some of your comments there, I heard a little bit of disagreement on this one. So I think, Mayor, you wanted to go with a external process. I heard others saying to use commissions, and it wasn't apparent to me. So I guess what I'll ask is to clarify. Option one is that we hire it out in some process. The design is done by a party external to the city. The second one is you assign it to city staff, and city staff comes up with it, maybe with the help of some of those groups. And the third one would be that we actually solicit designs from the public, where we ask them to send us your ideas, not just bits and pieces. Are those three distinct options that make sense?
Yes, I think I didn't hear anyone who said that they didn't want the public involved in some way,
right,
in some feedback. But Councilmember Matthews has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, you made a good point, and it was kind of resonated with my concerns about local design. I think it's going to be really hard not to prevent it from getting real busy. So I've kind of changed my mind from my first comment, where if we're not spending a lot of money, hire it out and then get public comment on, public participation in some degree, but the actual design, having someone who does this professionally for municipality logos. Is that where you were going on this?
Not necessarily municipality logos, but just someone who has quite a bit of experience in designing logos, to free up staff to spend your time on the public process portion of it.
Understood on that, and I'm not trying to sway one way or the other. I'll note that if you're asking us to do an RFP process, that will add an element to our staff time. No? Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Harris?
Yes. Let me make a suggestion that might help. NAU has a department where they will take on a project and the whole class will work on it. and they have the faculty member of that class will work with the students, to do whatever the project is. Other organizations have used that class to do different kinds of projects. So why don't we explore that? That way we don't have to be in the middle of it. We don't have to do an RFP. We have a whole class of creative young people working on this. Of course, we're going to give them input and all of that other stuff, and they'll figure out a process to get all that input. This is part of what they're taking their experience, because it's a seminar class. I think it's their senior, what is it called, Becky? You know what I'm saying, the senior class.
Like capstone?
Yes, that's the word I'm looking for. And so it's their senior capstone class. And I've seen some of their work from different classes, and they do a great job. So I would say let's explore that. And Chris can always be their contact person, or whatever. But that way I don't think we have to do an RFP because they don't charge for it. And so I think it would just be a nice way to bring NAU and the city together on a project that might be beneficial for our students as well as our community. So just a thought.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, that's just really quick, piggybacking off what I just heard. It's an interesting concept, Councilmember Harris. I do have questions primarily about timeline and just the amount of control the city has of the process. Let me paint some broad boundaries here, Chris, and you can do with that what you will in conjunction with the direction from other council members. I do think there should be a public element to this. If that maybe at the beginning and the end. At the beginning, something simple, nothing too. It doesn't have to be strictly scientific or too professional, for lack of a better term. A survey, or just reading the tea leaves, just getting the sense from the interested public of what they'd like to see in this, and then also towards the end, I think there should be a process that includes the public, but specifically let's utilize the folks from a commission. I really like Jana's idea of the ad hoc, and I love the commissions specifically that were identified for that potential idea. To take several ideas that are generated and narrow it down to some final choices. And I don't know if council should choose the final one or if we should avoid that. That's a good question for us to grapple with. I don't have an opinion on it right now. And then I kind of like the idea of redesigning internally. I am so impressed with our Discover Flagstaff team and all the graphic artists that we have doing stuff. Time and again, they have proven themselves very competent and very adept and very creative and artistic with the branding and marketing that we do. But also, I would extend the opportunity to several specific artists in town, perhaps that the public identifies as well as internally. I don't think that would be too clunky of a process. I think we could figure that out relatively quickly. And then we would have, a solar system of designs that could be narrowed down to 3 choices by this ad hoc committee, and then we move forward from there. So I hope that provides some rails for you, Chris. I just wanted to mention something also sort of piggybacking off of the mayor. I do think this process has the opportunity to be greater than the sum of its parts. So we end up spending some money and we get a new seal out of this, but it's also a great opportunity for community engagement, for public input, and just a sense of community and a dialogue and a conversation about how we see ourselves as Flagstaff. It's a conduit for that sort of activity, and I think it'll be a positive one. I think it'll be an uplifting one. I think the community will enjoy it in the end, and it creates a space for dialogue, which is really exciting to me. So I'll leave it there.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment that Councilmember Harris's idea about getting some of the grad students or whoever over at NAU involved is a great idea. Now, that doesn't mean it's exclusive. It might be that, plus some staff people, plus some professional artists, whatever. But I think including the university students is a great idea. I know that when I was in grad school, we did some very important work, and it was taken very seriously and used. So I think this might be another chance to do a similar thing. Thank you.
And Heidi had a comment.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Members, Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. I have a lot of thoughts on this, and Chris and I did talk a little bit prior to him coming before you. First off, I think you're going to have to decide on a few things, and I hope this doesn't complicate it, but if you don't do it now or decide to do it later at another meeting, you're going to have more problems later. So first off, if you want to change the current logo you have to decide what you don't like. So if you don't decide what are the elements that you are willing to keep in and the elements that you like to take out, that's going to be hard for anybody with an RFP or with the students at NAU or what have you. So you have to kind of get them an understanding of where you want them to go with it. Once you've decided that as a group, then I think that you're going to have a better meeting with whoever. If you decide to go with NAU, you can't do that and also get other marketing groups involved, because other marketing groups are going to want to get paid. So you have to decide that. You have to decide, do you want to make this a process where it's a growing opportunity for NAU or for community members that are getting involved? How do you want to go about that? Or you have to decide, these are the elements we want, we're creating an RFP, and this is how much money we're looking at expending. So, and I will tell you, it's about $50,000, not 20, to do a logo creation and to have them look at your seal. It's a little different, and Councilman McCarthy, you're spot on tonight. You have to ask yourself, if it's not broken, why fix it? So I just want to tell you, it will be costly to change your logo and to phase it in. We can do that, but it will be costly. And it's more than just taking a logo and making it a seal. You have to decide, if you don't like the element for the logo, then why do you like it in the seal? So you have to think of those things through a little bit. And I just wanted to make sure that we're not having you go down a rabbit hole. And Chris is doing a really good job trying to bring this back to you and have this conversation. But those are a few of the things I think you need to really work out. Do you want to pay for someone to do it? We'll have to write an RFP. What do you want to say in that RFP? We can help you as staff, of course, but what do you not like about it? And really, who's this for? Who, at the end of the day, is asking about it, and why is this what's this going to do to elevate the city of Flagstaff? And then the last thing I'm going to say that I want you to consider, I know Councilmember Harris is very good about including the masses, but when you think about it, this is about Flagstaff. So everybody that we have a partnership with that might be in outlining areas, they have their logos. So you have to think about the fact, when someone sees this, what do they see about Flagstaff? You can't be everything to everybody. And so I think that when you look at the Discover Flagstaff logo, you see the peaks. We talk about being the destination for all seasons. We could do multiple things to show that we're a destination for all seasons. We chose an image because it's too complicated when you don't. So I'm just asking you to consider to simplify this and not to have too many elements in it, and then to think about what we currently have that you do not like and give direction, a little bit of that direction. If not tonight, maybe at another meeting, but I'm just throwing those elements out because it's a lot more than, there's a lot going on here. And Chris could go and do a lot of things, but we kind of need to know, do you want it for free? Do you want to pay for it? What does that look like?
Thank you, Heidi. If I can try to land it so we're all talking on the same page here a little bit. If there's more conversation, I'm happy to hear that as well. But I do have kind of a conception based on what I've heard so far of a way that I think we can move forward and incorporate the different things that have been said. But if there's more conversation after what Heidi said, I'm happy to entertain that first before I go down that path. So.
Well, if we're going to discuss it further, I think that we should put it on a future agenda so that we have some time to think about these.
Can I offer a conception of a direction maybe that I think I could go that would satisfy the conditions of everyone that's been up here or that's been spoken? So it sounds to me as if there's general consensus on involving either a panel of specific individuals or an existing board or commission and a public participation in that process. Whether we go internally or externally, I'll kind of sidestep that for the meantime. But if we did a process that we established a group, and either it could be a board or it could be people on a board, you could add a couple people to it if you wanted certain people from the community. We could make a designated body, whatever it looks like, and give them a specific task of saying, here's what you're supposed to bring back to us, and say, we want it to be simple. We want it to, give them guidelines of what it's supposed to look like. Then that group of people, if you're worried about too many cooks in the kitchen, if their responsibility and their task is to bring you back something and you've given a few basic things about what you want it to look like, that can be that group's operation. And you don't need to worry about whether it's going to come back and miss those criteria, because that'll be the direction that was given to that group. We could use them and the public through a survey or something like that to wean down designs to the point where we have 2 or 3 that are actionable and we can bring back to you. And so I think that would be a way that if we solicit, we could solicit things from NAU, we could reach out to local artists, we could do that as part of our outreach on this process, so that those groups and those specific individuals we want to be included are included either by being invited to submit to it or if you like, being added to it specifically. And then that group weans it down with defined criteria, and we have a few submittals to bring to you as final candidates. I think that satisfies the public participation part. It involves people that you want to involve, and it gives us an actionable goal to bring back a design that will hopefully meet all the criteria and expectations of a good design.
First off, good job condensing all of this into that. And secondly, Council, do you have comments or questions? Councilmember McCarthy.
I just want to address some, but not all, of Ms. Hanson's comments. What do I like about our existing logo? I think the flag has to be part of it. I think the mountains are probably the other thing that I really like about it. The trees are kind of nice, but the flag and the mountains. And then I have 2 comments about what I don't like about it. It needs to be simplified. That's the first one. And the second one is it needs to be simplified.
Councilmember House.
Yes, so first, I appreciate the summary that you just did. I'm on board with what you were just proposing, Chris. I'll just say for my part, I don't dislike the look of the logo. In my mind, though, and this is coming from, I studied art in undergrad, I do art and all of those things outside of work. To me, it's not a logo. It's overly busy, it's overly intricate, and it's not representative of it has so much going on that it's really not what in my mind constitutes an actual logo. That's why I think it works better as a seal, because it does tell part of the Flagstaff story, but it just has so much going on with those intricate details that I just don't think that it constitutes the idea of a representational logo image of what Flagstaff is and what our story is. So I think that's the opportunity that I'm interested in seeing us pursue, is how to better capture that symbolic story of Flagstaff in a simplified, better way. But for those reasons, I'm also really wanting to see us keep this internal and working with the panel and keeping it a smaller group of, I do like the idea of bringing in the NAU students and pulling from the work that they do, but I really don't want to see us committing to an RFP process or taking this external, at least in these initial phases, because I think what we also run the risk of is hiring a company to do this, not liking anything that they've done, turning it down, and having wasted those resources and that money. So I'm really leaning more towards keeping it more of an internal process and maybe taking it more external if we feel that we need it for a professional design. But I'm really hopeful that with the talent that I know exists within the city and within the groups that we could bring into this, that we could get this done in a productive way. So.
Yes, Chris, and then Councilmember Harris, and then Sweet.
Two very quick points. The first is that I think if you want to go with an outside firm, I think that takes off the table using commissions or a public process. I think that would be I'm not going to make many recommendations from the staff side, but I would recommend that if you want to hire it out to a firm, that we not embark on that, because it would be too difficult to manage. The firm is not going to want to be sitting in public meetings, all that kind of thing. It'll balloon the costs if they do. So I would recommend that you go one way or the other. And then the second one is, if you want to go through a process internally, like the one I just put through, I think a timeline would be that we could bring you back a result in the fall of this year or after your summer break.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris.
Okay, so why don't we do this as possibly an option? Why don't we ask Chris to sit down with the NAU faculty member who runs that class and talk to them about what it is that we think we want, and then let them talk to us about what it is that their group could possibly do. And we don't have to have that. I mean, we're not trying to get the logo finished tomorrow. So having a conversation might get some more clarification, and Chris might come back and say, wow, well, I think they can do this. You know, I think this, or whatever it is. So I would say, let's just explore that and not rush through this. And it's going to take maybe 2 hours of Chris's time to find out that it's not a viable option for us, or that it is a viable option.
Councilmember Sweet.
Heidi, thank you for your comments. And again, I'm struggling a little bit. Doing a logo is so much more than what we're talking about. It's getting business cards changed, T-shirts, all of that. And I'm going back to the fact that we don't have our core services taken care of. So I'm in no hurry to see this process happen. I would like to see a budget on what it would cost to have this done, and that even if we have NAU doing this, what does it cost to start changing things out? Even if we do it slowly, it's still going to cost money. And I think I don't have a clear enough picture on the budget with this. I'm willing to continue the conversation, and I'm glad that it is here tonight. But again, I just really am struggling with the financial part of it. Thank you.
So I think we're essentially back to what you were proposing, Chris, with the possibility of you reaching out to NAU and talking to them about what they do, and coming to us with a budget. And I don't know that we're not really talking about adding it to anything except when we're replacing things. So we would be purchasing that thing anyway, and it would just have the new logo on it. Yeah.
Just from someone who has done this before, it costs money when you add a new logo to the item. So that is a cost that does incur. So yes, I'm reordering the business card, but now the business card needs to get redesigned with a new logo. So that is a cost. Thanks, Chris.
So Heidi.
Mayor, and Councilmember Sweet, this is why sometimes it would be good if you did use an outside service, because of the fact that you're buying it. So basically they have to create it so that it can be used on anything. So you're going to buy business cards. It really isn't any additional cost but you've already, in the pre-work, you've already made sure that the logo can be set onto the business card in full color or black and white, however you need it. So you're basically getting that all in the cost. It's really determining. I don't think it's a bad idea where Councilmember Harris is asking Chris to reach out to NAU and to see if they have any interest. But we just have to also know what are their capabilities. It's more than just creating one logo and then asking us to figure out how to resize it and use it for everything that we need. We need to know they can do it from start to finish. I'll be honest with you, I don't know what their skill set over there in their graphics department is anymore. I was just looking up Capstone right now, and I don't believe they have an actual graphic design capstone program, but we can find that out for all of us. If we decide that we want to go with an outside service, what we do in the RFP is we tell them exactly how we want this to go down. And Chris, unlike what you just said, just so you know, we could put in the RFP that we want them to do public outreach. We could ask that they have to do some public outreach and get some input on elements and things like that. To make this process even easier, I can have Discover Flagstaff create this logo for you, but I couldn't have them do that until I know what you do and don't like. And I heard from Councilman McCarthy, and I will tell you, I completely agree with what you're already saying about the elements that we should keep. It's just that, and then Discover Flagstaff can create that logo, and they can make it to where it is print ready, digital ready, everything that you need. But what they won't do, and this is where Chris would be doing this, is they will not have time to reach out to the public and see what they want to know about the logo or what other aspects they want to see in the logo. But then it goes back to what Vice Mayor was saying, and then you start doing logo by community by design, and I will tell you, it is torture when you have that many people that want to see something in a design. So those are just some of the things, but I think Chris can reach out to NAU and we can see. We'll come back to you with that information. I can talk to Discover Flagstaff. We'll come back to you with that information. When we come back to you, we do need to know what you do and don't like, because that will be really very important in this. I will say, I think there's a way that we can take the current logo and we could tweak it some to where it looks like we made changes and it looks fancy and new, but we didn't go so far off the spectrum that we don't look like us. So those are some thoughts I can do too, and maybe I can even ask Ralph and his team to show that vision that I have as well. Chris didn't want to put that team, overpromise for that team, but I think that we could probably have some conversations offline with them on it. So there's some things that we can do. I don't think it hurts to definitely look into that NAU capstone idea. It does connect us to NAU, but I think in the long run, it might not work. We'll see what their availability is. I don't see anything on design, though.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. So, before I forget, I like the peaks and the flag. I don't like the river and the wall. And I don't like that it looks like an oil painting from my grandmother's house. Other than that, we're spending a lot of time talking about this because it is a really important decision. And, if we do make the changes, it'll be long-lasting, probably another 100 years or so. So we've kind of thought out loud a lot and realized how not simplified it is. I agree with Heidi. I mean, I'd like to know what NAU, maybe their capabilities is something more than we think, but probably doing it internally would be the simplest, because I think I'm thinking of all the elements I want on it, and I was like, oh, that's too much. So maybe having sending it out to the public is still an option, and giving them exposure, like the woman who designed our state flag. But I think maybe come back with some more information. I don't want to spend too much of your time, Chris, but maybe what NAU said and Discover Flagstaff said, and then kind of narrow in like the process, because too many hands in the pot there could make it very difficult. So I think if we just really think amongst ourselves what elements we like and what we don't like, and that would help everybody come up instead of wasting a lot of their time designing something that we don't want to see. I like that. So.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, everyone. It's been a really great conversation. It's about as messy as I anticipated it would be. I do feel like we're getting somewhere. It seems like we do have an appetite for doing this. Chris, I like your roadmap. I think it sort of mirrors what I was suggesting anyway, but just to be a little bit more clear and concise after having this discussion, I would say that it makes sense to do this internally, but what I would suggest is that several different designs are made, and that the internal team maybe does speak with a couple of our commissions to see what they would like in a logo. So maybe those 5 that have been identified, if they can just come up with elements they do like and things they don't like on the current logo, then Discover Flagstaff can get to work. I would like to see them come up with a number of design ideas, maybe different combinations that incorporate various things that came up during those internal conversations with our commissions, and just find out what combo works the best, maybe what's most aesthetic and pleasing to the eye, what makes the best branding, and then we either choose among those or we give it to a team to narrow it down to 3 or 4 final choices. I do like the idea of a process of winnowing a little bit, but I absolutely agree, and I can hear a sense of panic in Heidi's voice a little bit, that this process could get out of control pretty quickly, and we want the artistry of it to come out as well, and that's really hard to do when you have a number of voices all making suggestions and all nitpicking. And artists should be allowed the space and the time to do their creative process. And then when you commission artwork, you're commissioning the artist, not what they create. What they create is going to surprise you. It's going to surprise them. And the end result is their work. It's not something that you can really tinker with too much. So again, internal process with some quasi-internal input, not just from us at the dais. I don't think this decision should be ours, the 7 of ours. I like the idea that the elements come to us through somewhat of a public process, and we already have the commissions in existence. It's an easy thing to we can plug and play with those existing commissioners, and then let our internal team do their magic, and we make a choice among the selections that were each done with their own artistry and their own style and their own aesthetic in mind, and we maybe vote on those final three choices that all work well in terms of branding and how we're supposed to use them and the vectors and all that stuff, which is well beyond my pay grade. I think I'm being pretty clear, so I'll stop now. But thank you, Council, for this conversation. It's exciting to me for the same reasons I said before. I think this creates an opportunity for a bit of a dialogue and a bit of a soul search. Even if it's mostly internal, the public will still have opinions and weigh in, and that conversation can happen. And I just think in general it's a good thing, and I wouldn't presuppose the outcome. The artists are going to come up with great ideas, and we'll choose one of them. And I have no idea what that'll look like, but I'm excited to see the creativity that comes out of this. Thank you.
Do you need anything else from us?
I guess the only question is, I think that essentially what Vice Mayor just said is the direction I have, but I would like to know, is that a direction right now, or would you like me to come back with more information after speaking to NAU and with financial figures before I get the green light to begin this?
Well, I think what I'm hearing now is that I guess we are still talking about different things. I was hearing we were going to do it internally. Actually, what I would like is a recommendation from staff for you to explore some of this, talk a little bit more, and then come back and say, we think we should go this direction, and here's why.
If that's what you would like, I can come back at a different work session with a much more detailed, say, here is a plan, here's a recommendation, kind of a yes, no, up, down vote, or change this small thing to it. But I can come with a much more fleshed out plan if you would like that. I designed this today because I didn't want to come off as recommending things out of place to staff. But if that's what you're asking from me, I can come back with that. And I can come back with information on more specific, as I can find at least, on cost to implement and things like that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Is it Sterling or City Manager who has a comment?
City Manager. Thank you. Thank you, Chris, and thanks for the great discussion. I think we clearly need more discussion on this in the future. I think there's been a lot of good thought put out on the table tonight, but I would suggest a follow-up with more, specificity and next steps identified. Thanks.
And I think you provided the perfect amount of information to get this conversation started. So thank you. And I look forward to what you come back with as a recommendation.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right, it's 5:12 and we're going to take a 10-minute break. 5:22. Okay, we are back. We're on item number 10, water, wastewater, and reclaimed water rates and cost of service study. Take it away, Erin.
All right, good evening, council members. Erin Young, Water Resources Manager. Staff have a couple slides, about 10 slides for you before we turn it over to Stantec to get into the heavy-duty detail of the presentation. We realize that there's a lot of technical information part of a rate study. So we're doing our best, to balance how much technical needs to be shared so that you have the information you need to give us direction. This did take an hour and a half with the Water Commission last week, so just to prepare you. We'll start off sharing.
That's why you brought snacks.
Right? Although somebody asked for coffee and we didn't bring any coffee. Next time. So we're going to share just an update on outreach efforts, putting into perspective where we're at in the process and how it will all come back together in a couple months. And then we'll get into the capacity fee presentation itself. So I'll turn it over to Lisa Deem to provide an update on outreach.
Mayor and Council, Lisa Deem, Management Analyst for Water Services. So outreach is not a singular activity, it's really a team effort. This team is quite remarkable. Erin is leading the team or leading the effort for this rate study. I work with the outreach for Water Services. We also have the team of the City Manager's Public Affairs Office, Sarah Langley, Samantha Victor, and that whole team that has been working together to put together presentations. And we have the consultants have a specialist in outreach. So everything we do is is really carefully considered and executed in this process. When we went into the rate study in May and decided that this is where we're moving into, we knew that we wanted to kind of lay the groundwork. We did 3 roundtable meetings in early September. We reached out within the city structure, and we asked for our liaisons for every board and commission, and we invited one member of each board and commission to join in a roundtable just to talk about the status of water in Flagstaff. We invited them. We had 3 sessions. 36 people attended. We also had a request from a local organization on December 6th that we did a roundtable for as well. We thought we'd be there for 30 minutes, and we ended up to an hour, and we were there for an hour and a half. So these are general conversations about the status of water, what we're facing, and where we rank compared to the rest of the state, the country, and the world. So we did initiate our rate study notice with a press release on October 16th, and that kind of rolled it all out. And that's when City Council was really made aware of the rate study and the process involved in that. We did embark in a town hall style informational meeting on December 7th. We took advice from council. We had a phone-in option so people could call in if they didn't have computers to be able to talk about and hear about the rate study and just what we're doing in general. We advertised, we had Spanish interpreters, we advertised on social media, the newspaper, and we also had the messaging on municipal bills. This meeting was not well attended, probably because we weren't offering numbers to people. So if it's not going to hit me in the pocketbook, then why do I care at this point in time? We launched the cleanwaterflagstaff.gov website on December 8th, and the Public Affairs Office did a marvelous informational video just talking about what this process is going to be and what water and the status of water in Flagstaff, how important that is. By January 16th, we did compile a list. If you remember, I'm sure you do, we just did this rate study journey with stormwater last year. So we already had a lot of lists going. And we sent a notice to 43 different local organizations, notifying them of this rate study and inviting them to speak with us on it. We'll come to your meetings, invite us to the meetings, and let's talk about it, how it's going to impact you, what we can do, and what the plans are in the future. This is the email that went to the community engagement list on January 16th, asking them to engage with us. We want to talk to you about our rates. And the list of organizations. Now, we didn't take every single organization. We pretty much covered the HOAs, all the management organizations, the public associations, Downtown Business Alliance, the Chamber of Commerce, of course, the Museum of Northern Arizona, all the nonprofits, everyone that we felt might have a stake or would be interested in this conversation are the people that we invited to be a part of it. So today there was a press release that was sent out, thanks to our public affairs office, specific to developers and contractors. Capacity fees are going to be a big part of this conversation because, quite frankly, infrastructure and maintenance are a big part of our budget. And they always have been, and it doesn't look like it's going to get any smaller or any better in the future. So growth-related capacity fees are something that are going to be on people's minds, and we do want to bring it in the forefront. We want to have conversations about it and talk about it. We're scheduling 2 drop-in events at the Water Services Building on January 30th and the 31st, and we're still putting together our list of people we identified as would be interested in coming to these meetings. This is the list. We have not sent it out, so we're also going to send personal emails to each of these contractors or developers and ask them if they would like to have a conversation, if they would like to come to either one of our open drop-in events or speak with us independently about these fees, how they're going to impact them, and what they're going to do, what services we're going to provide for that. So it doesn't end here, of course. Once we have rates and we have a better idea of what these are going to cost, what the rate study, because we really don't know yet. The general water sewer rates events will be held during February. We do plan on reaching out personally to the top water users, non-residential, and having outreach and having conversations with them because they're going to be the people that are going to be impacted the most. So we have already compiled lists of those people. And of course, in April, there will be Water Awareness Month, and that will be one of our showcases that we'll be talking about. This is not all or exhausted, but what we can't, this is what we have done, and if we have any suggestions or ideas of how we can better reach the public, we'd sure like to hear them because sometimes that's a tough egg to crack. I'm going to turn this over to Erin, and she's going to talk about some of our handouts that we have that we think she's provided for you.
Thank you, Lisa. Shown here on the screen are just some examples. Examples on the right, we're developing a bunch of fact sheets. On the right, we'll have a fact sheet on what are the projects included in the 10-year CIP. What are all the charges and fees we're looking at? So when we have these drop-in events, we want the public to take something home with them, including just understanding your municipal services bill. That came up in discussion with you all, and staff did develop the 2 sheets that I handed out to you. So we hope those are helpful. Related to the rate study, however, what fees and charges on your bill are we talking about? So this slide I'm highlighting for a common single-family residential bill or a commercial bill. What are those fees we're talking about? So I've highlighted them here. Also included as a handout are our rate tables. Pretty much everything on the rate tables will be touched by this rate study, with some exceptions that I wanted to mention. So highlight, sort of crossed out in the light blue colors, we're not addressing here. The water energy fee is not part of the rate study. The water resources protection fee is not addressed by the rate study. Stormwater rates were updated last year, and then the trash and recycling is not part of the water, wastewater, and reclaimed water rate study. Presenting this to the Water Commission, we sort of realized that it might help if we can conceptualize where we're at in the process and how it's going to come back together. So we've asked you for 1 point of council direction so far. That was in October. That was on what level of revenue did we want to target for the rate study. And in October, you provided us with direction. Let's target our full CIP needs that were presented. With our revenue needs, we need to charge fees and other charges to equal the revenue needs. We do that through the bucket in the blue, the miscellaneous fees, the fund balance, base meter charges, and our usage rates. All of those sort of need to total our capital program needs and our operating fund. And on top of that, we have our capacity fees. Those fund the growth-related projects. So on February 6th, we'll be asking you for direction on what we're talking about tonight, capacity fees. And in March, we'll come back to you for that blue bucket, where we'll ask you for direction on usage rates, on our base charges, all these other charges, and how we can adjust those to help equal the revenue needs that you've given us direction for. Another way to look at it is in a flow chart form. Number one was that direction on the level of financial investment provided to us on October 23rd. That was a joint meeting with the Water Commission. Number two will be on February 6th. So again, we're presenting this tonight and we'll come back on February 6th for direction. Number three will be on rate structure and rates for the water, sewer, reclaimed water funds. And then we'll come back on April 16th and we'll put all the pieces together. And you can see the different rate options that we have, how, what sort of decision points you still have, how you can make adjustments to the whole picture, if that sort of makes sense. And then we have two other dates in May reserved for wherever that April 16th date takes us. If you want staff or Stantec to come up with slightly different models, we need time to bring that material back to you for review before we then enter the public hearing process where we're presenting final rate adjustments. We would like to add in 2 joint council commission meeting dates, and at the end of this meeting I'll ask if those dates work for you, and if 3 to 5 p.m. is a good time for you. We felt that was a nice opportunity to get both groups together, hearing the commission recommendations in a meeting format rather than coming from the commission meeting and going back and forth. So tonight's meeting, again, we're asking for direction on 5 topics for February 6th. I'll walk through these briefly. First, number one, Stantec presented 3 methodologies in their last presentation to base capacity, for calculating capacity fees. Staff and Stantec are recommending the combined method, but again, that will come forward tonight. You'll learn more, and then we'd like your direction on either 1A or 1B. Number 2, we can use as a basis for the level of service calculations, and Carol will present this in a little more detail, we can use our system actuals, so our the physical peaking demands that we see in our system versus our design standard demands. Those are very different, and staff and Stantec are recommending that we proceed with using system actuals as the basis. So this hopefully will make sense when Carol goes through that. Number 3, do we collect capacity fees to fund a future water supply infrastructure project, or do we not? Number 4 is the same on wastewater. Do we collect capacity fees now to fund a new wastewater treatment facility? And I should say partially fund. It wouldn't fully fund either one, but we would start collecting fees towards those large infrastructure projects. And number 5, would you agree with staff and Stantec to include the loadings capacity along with flow capacity as a basis for calculating the level of service on the wastewater system? Currently, flow capacity was used as the basis, but we're suggesting we can look at the loadings capacity, which is a driver for a lot of the big capital investments that we're making. That hopefully Carol will articulate that, and it should make more sense. We did bring these 5 items to the Water Commission last week. They had 6 of 7 in attendance. They did recommend 1A. They were unanimously in agreement on 1A and 2A. 2 commissioners had concerns with number 3A. 1 commissioner had a concern with 4A, but the consensus was still to go with those options. And the consensus was to include the loadings capacity along with flow capacity as a basis for calculating the level of service on wastewater. Yes.
And are you going to talk about what those concerns were when you go through all of this?
We can do that. We can do that now, actually, before we break to Stantec's presentation. Thank you, Shannon.
Of course. Mayor, members of the council, thank you. I just wanted to highlight a little bit on the concerns that came forth. The concerns that were verbalized had to do with the 2 projects that I mentioned, the future water supply and the wastewater plant, really because of the magnitude of the projects. So I would say that they were listed as concerns, not necessarily for or against, but just understanding that the magnitude of those projects and what they represent, as you see in the data. So I think, so really looking at the 2 concerns on the water side, 2 commissioners that were speaking about that. The other one for the wastewater side was really, I think, more of a clarification, and that was identifying that the amount of funding that we're looking at for the new wastewater treatment plant, does that include advanced water purification, going to direct potable reuse? So I did speak with the commission, say that is not included as part of that, as part of those considerations. So again, we do appreciate their insights into that. We do understand the magnitude of those projects, which is, I feel we've been very meticulous through this process, that we have the ability to turn those on and off and have these discussions. So we do get where those concerns are, and we appreciate their input on that and our ability to bring those to you to discuss. And you will see those also in the presentation. You'll see those numbers reflected. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Before we move forward to the Stantec presentation, we'd love to hear any comments on the outreach efforts or where we're at in the process before we move on.
Council, questions, comments, suggestions for additional outreach?
Hearing none.
Hearing none, you've done an outstanding job.
Oh, thank you. We will keep pressing forward. All right, Carol. We have Carol Molesky here in person, and I'll bring up your talk if you want to. Thank you. Migrate over here.
Thanks, Erin. And Mayor and members of council, so great to see you in person, and good afternoon. Erin did a great job setting me up here. You'll see some repeat information that you've seen in the past, but hopefully we can give you more details, and tonight we're going to talk numbers. So I hope you've been refreshed, and we'll look at some numbers for each one of these options.
Where is the button for slideshow?
Okay, thank you. This afternoon, I'm going to go over again where we are in the rate study. Then I'm going to talk about the capacity fees in great detail. We're going to show you what they are, what they include, what projects are included, and then we'll talk about the results. At the end, I'd love to hear your thoughts on these alternatives. You've seen this graphic now several times, so this represents the 7 tasks of the rate study. And we are now here. The capacity fee analysis is part of task 3, the cost of service analysis. We'll be continually moving through the rest of these tasks in the next couple months with you. You might remember that capacity fees are not regular rates. They're fees charged to new customers, new connections, one-time fees that recover the cost of growth in the system. It's a very simple formula, but there are a lot of details that are involved in calculating these fees. The simple formula is essentially your system capacity, whether it's existing capacity value or new capacity value, divided by that actual capacity amount. We can look at capacity amounts in million gallons per day, gallons per day, or equivalent residential units. So tonight we'll be talking about gallons per day in terms of an equivalent residential unit. We call that the level of service. The fee itself is represented in dollars per ERU, or dollar per gallon per day. There are 3 approaches used by the American Water Works Association and the Water Environment Federation. These are the buy-in method, the incremental method, and then a combined method, which, as you can imagine, is a combination of the 2. And these 2 methods are important to understand, and to select the best one, you look at what you have available in your system, whether it's your existing capacity to serve new customers or capacity that you're building in your system for new customers, or both. So we have the buy-in method, that is a look at your infrastructure that you've already invested in. And typically utilities have capacity available to serve new customers, but there's always room for more projects that you need to build to pay for new capacity. That would be the incremental method. So the incremental method focuses on that forward-looking plan, the CIP, or Capital Improvement Program, and looks at only the capital that is associated with growth, so the new projects for growth. The combined method, again, is where your system has available capacity in the current system plus the need for new projects to build new capacity. We have a box around the incremental method because for almost all of your fees, your capacity fees for water and wastewater are based on the incremental approach. In the last rate study, it was called the plan approach, but it's the same, it means the same thing. The exception is for wastewater treatment. Under the last, and your current fees are based on the combined approach for the treatment for wastewater. So that wastewater treatment is focusing on both capacity in your existing system plus future capacity. The last time we talked with you, we showed this table, but without a lot of the details. So there's a lot of detail here. And I wanted to mention that essentially the approach that Stantec followed in working with staff is to go through all of the methods. So calculate fees for the buy-in approach, the incremental approach, and the combined approach to provide you with a range of supportable fees. So we have all these fees that we're showing you tonight are supportable based on your data. We did use a lot of your staff time. They met with us on many occasions to go over the assumptions that we're going to be talking about tonight. This table presents the water fund's information, the wastewater fund information, but it does not include the large projects in these values. So we'll talk about the future water supply project and the new wastewater treatment plant expansion in later slides. But for today, the water fund projects, particularly the incremental method and the buy-in method, so both methods and the combined method, I wanted to mention that they include the projects and the capacities for the growth-related reclaimed water costs. And there's several reasons we do that. First, that the last study included the distribution-related costs for the reclaim system in the water capacity fee. The second reason we're doing this is because you don't charge capacity fees for reclaimed water. In fact, you have a set number of customers, and currently you have a set amount of reclaimed water that you can deliver to these customers, so you're not adding new customers to be able to recover the costs. Plus, your whole water system benefits by those reclaimed water projects. So you're able to extend the capacity that you have in your system longer by using reclaimed water. So we've agreed with including those distribution-related projects for reclaimed in the water capacity fee. On that water side, for the buy-in method, we're looking at the total existing system value in today's dollars. That's what RCNLD means, is replacement cost new less depreciation. So we take a cost escalation factor, we bring all of your original costs of your existing assets to today's dollars, and then we subtract out depreciation for what's been used in the system. So we have a net value. We know that that net value has a capacity for flow, or million gallons per day, of 16.9 million gallons per day. So that came from discussions of the different components of your water system with your staff. On the incremental method, we're looking at that total 10-year CIP that Aaron mentioned earlier that we looked at for that full 10-year CIP. That 10-year CIP is estimated to be $209.5 million, but it's not all growth related. Some projects, as we'll show you, are entirely for new customers, and some are a portion. So out of that $209.5 million, 70.5 is growth related. That's the amount we include in this analysis. And the amount of incremental capacity and flow here from your new wells and new water supply projects is 1.53 million gallons per day. When we combine those two together, it's a simple formula. We add the asset value to the growth-related capital to get $257.5 million of system value. And then we add the existing capacity to the incremental capacity to get 18.43 million gallons per day. That's the foundation for the combined approach, and we'll go over those results in a minute. The wastewater side is very similar. I won't go through all the numbers, but I need to mention something in particular. There's an added element that Aaron mentioned regarding wastewater capacity. Not all of your future projects contribute to capacity increases for flow. A lot of those growth-related projects are needed to build up your treatment capacity for the waste constituents, so the strengths and loadings at your plant. That's biochemical oxygen demand and total suspended solids. You've probably heard that before, BOD and TSS. That additional treatment capacity is necessary for expanding that ability to treat those flows. So we have that capacity listed in pounds per day, or PPD. So it's an added level of complexity to the wastewater capacity fee, but you'll see how we deal with that in a second. There was a question from the Water Commission as to what projects are we including in this capacity fee study. The list you see here is over the next 10 years, the projected projects that have a growth component. So it doesn't have to be 100% growth related. Some projects are multi-purpose. So they provide capacity, or they help serve your existing customers plus new customers. So we've included those project costs over the next 10 years, and you'll see some big numbers. The new well and pump house is $26.2 million, but that provides additional capacity for new customers. The percentage growth column is multiplied by the dollar column to calculate our growth-related capital projects. That's the $70.5 million. Oh, I'm not even using my arrow here. Okay. That's the $70.5 million of growth-related projects on the water side. We've also added what the capacity is, the incremental capacity, for these projects, in case you're interested. So the added capacity is important. Not every growth-related project adds flow capacity, but we include those costs in the calculations. Finally, you'll see the large future water supply project at the bottom. This project is estimated to be $230 million. We do not have a specific date for it, but this is to run a scenario that will show you for the option of beginning to collect capacity fees to set aside for funding this project, or partially funding whatever projects may come up that are capacity related for future water supplies. So this particular assumption of $230 million is estimated to provide 18 million gallons per day of incremental capacity. The options that we'll show you include those values. We have a similar table for wastewater. It's a little shorter, but this is where you can see some additional complexity. So for example, the Wildcat dewatering facility, the Rio Solids Treatment Project, and the Wildcat Solar Drying Facility all deal with your solids handling. They're still needed for growth, but they're not necessarily adding to a volume or flow ability to treat flow. So we want to include them, and we want to be able to address how much of a loadings capacity that they could address. And for the asterisk here for the added capacity for the Wildcat dewatering facility and the Wildcat Solar Drying Facility, the 16,200 pounds per day is a combined capacity for those two. We did not split that out. On the wastewater side, the total growth-related projects are almost half of what the water growth-related projects are. So $38.3 roughly million of growth-related capital projects over the next 10 years. In the scenarios where we add the wastewater treatment plant expansion, that's approximately $245 million for a capacity of 9 million gallons per day. Do you have any questions about the projects before I move on to the values? No? Okay, here's some more numbers for you. Aaron mentioned another question about that concept of levels of service. Levels of service is important because it gives us our denominator for calculating a fee for an equivalent residential unit. We know that new customers require a certain amount of capacity in your systems, in your water system and wastewater system, and that capacity has to be built into the system when you design and build your infrastructure. According to industry guidelines, we typically use a code or a design standard that spells out how much should be set aside for the level of service for an equivalent residential unit. We're quoting, well, this isn't a direct quote in this first bullet down at the bottom here, but this is from the American Waterworks Association Manual of Practice, so it's a rates and fees and charges. And it talks about the level of service, or LOS standard, is the amount of capacity allocable to an ERU on an average day or peak day basis. We're using peak day numbers here. And it represents the amount of capacity, whether or not the capacity is used by the customer. However, it says a review of historical customer and per capita flows. I don't have to read the rest of this for you. I think you could read it. But it says a review of history and actual flows is important to test those design standards to see if they need to be adjusted. That's why we're presenting to you two different levels of service. The first one is from your code, and that's the design standards. It is a formula. For the water fund, it is the people per household. So in your code, it is 3.5 people per household. You multiply it by the demand per capita per day, which is 100 gallons per capita per day. And then you multiply it by a peaking factor, which in the code I believe is 2.5. If you've got your calculators out, that should total to 875 gallons per day for an equivalent residential unit. The water side, oh boy, I did not memorize those numbers, but on the water side we do something similar. We have the people per household and a gallons per capita per day with a peaking factor. I think the peaking factor is 1.6 gallons per day.
Can we take you back a couple of slides? Vice Mayor has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just curious what Red Gap Ranch soft costs include.
Vice Mayor, Mayor, and members of council, that's a great question. Those we took from a list of projects that are being undertaken to do some mapping and right-of-way acquisitions. Thank you, Aaron. Surveys, everything to prepare for that larger project. So we call them soft costs because they're mostly studies and tests.
Thank you.
To get back on this level of service slide, I went through the design standards. We asked staff to help look back through the last 3 years of data for actual usage in gallons per capita per day and actual peaking factors in the system, so peak day factors of production in your water system. We also looked at the census data. The most recent census states that this Flagstaff area has an average of 2.4 people per household. We gathered these new numbers and calculated a new level of service based on actual data, and that is 335 gallons per day on the water side and 257 gallons per day on the flow side. The biosolids master plan for the city states that an equivalent residential unit requires 0.67 pounds per day of loadings. So these actual use data are helpful in informing a more current level of service. We are recommending that you move forward with that option, but we're providing you with all of the data so that you could see the results. To orient you with all the numbers that we're going to be going over, the flow chart here shows the water capacity fee options. What we're going to show you are all the combined method results. At the back of your packet, you have many, many screenshots of all of the methods that you could refer to and we can talk about if you like. For the water system, we're going to show a set of fees for the actual use data and a set of fees for the design standards. And for each one of these, we'll have, so option 1A excludes the future water supply project. Option 1B includes the future water supply project. Under the design standards, we do the same thing. We're calling them option 2A and 2B. No future water supply project and future water supply project. Before we get to the values, I'd like to ask Aaron to come up and talk about the water supply scenario.
To help with your direction and eventual decision on whether we include a future water supply project in capacity fees, I believe, Council, you asked staff, well, what is the status of water planning? When would we need a new project? So I'll just provide you with our latest graphs on that. This graph we've seen many times in the past. This is the most current graph starting in 2022. The different colors are different water supplies under our designation of adequate water supply from the Department of Water Resources. The blue is the volume of water from Upper Lake Mary. This is a 74-year median annual volumes that we can generally rely on. The purple is our direct delivered reclaimed water. In the summer, we're at capacity. We really don't have more water to deliver, so we're holding that constant, that volume constant in our designation of adequate water supply and in this graph. The brown, all colors combined, all browns combined, are local groundwater designated amount of 9,900 acre feet of water. We're currently pumping around 8,000 acre feet a year. We're still growing into that 9,900 acre foot capacity. Some of our projects, growth related, are 4 new wells. So those are local wells that will keep drilling wells until we kind of meet that 9,900 acre feet capacity someday. The curve is are numbers that might vary. So that would be the 1.4 population growth rate. That's an assumption in this graph. That was our last decadal average growth rate. And another variable is how much water our population is using per day. So we're assuming a 6-year average of 95 gallons per capita per day. That's all water use, commercial, industry, residential, and that's our water losses in our system divided by the population. So if that holds steady in the future, then we get this, this curve, and it helps us forecast when we would need an additional supply for a designation. This is our base case scenario, and that point in time is around 2051.
Erin, can I ask
Yes.
a quick question? Recovered reclaim, is that what we release into the Rio?
That is from the Rio to Flag Water Reclamation Facility. That facility is up gradient of about 4 or 5 of our groundwater wells, whereas discharges out of the Wildcat Hill Water Reclamation Facility, the discharges occur kind of towards Doney Park, and we don't have any groundwater recovery wells, so we can't claim that 3,000 acre feet. That leaves the other facility. And then our estimated natural recharge within the collection area of our groundwater well fields is about 3,000 acre feet a year. So this is showing that, you know, there is some groundwater mining going on.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple of questions. On this chart, you have the population of 178,000. What year is that tied to?
That is around 2080, 2085.
My question, curiosity in this is, since we're kind of landlocked, even if we just looked at only the rate of population increase up to date, there will come a time where we can't exceed that because they're not, I mean, I have a hard time believing that we could get to 178,000 unless we started expanding our city limits. So I just wanted to point that out. And then I know we're talking right now about, you know, I wrote down the large projects for the future, wastewater and water. And so what you're showing us here is where the large future projects would kick in, the need on what year we would need to have money saved for that put into it.
Correct. So in this base case scenario, that's around the year 2050, or at a population of about 118,000. The last regional plan projected a population for the city of, I believe, 150,000 or more, but it kind of capped it at 150,000. This current regional plan, there are different density scenarios, so it's a good opportunity to look at what the population could be at build out in that process.
Okay, yeah, that's good to know, because as we look at density, which we're all moving towards and wanting to do, we also need to make sure we're reminded of that when we're doing infrastructure and getting from point A to point B with that many people in our town.
And Sarah Dechter is always referencing our designation of adequate water supply and how those two are linked. The next chart is one scenario, and we chose the resiliency scenario to demonstrate that if there are a couple of things that could happen that could impact our water supply, one being a large fire within the Upper Lake Mary watershed that could result in sedimentation of Upper Lake Mary and loss of Upper Lake Mary for some time period. So if we take out that lower blue water source, it accelerates the need for another water source. The other thing that we're realizing is the lower Lake Mary well field is not recharging from snow melt or any moisture very quickly. We're definitely dewatering that aquifer. We need to throttle back on pumping from that aquifer over time and transition to wells that are more sustainable. So that brown 9,900 acre feet also drops off as we determine kind of more sustainable pumping locally. So those sorts of changes to our water supply portfolio, if you will, would accelerate the need as soon as 2040. So under a resiliency scenario, Flagstaff is awesome at water planning. We, for decades, have been doing great work, and that affords our community water supply sustainability, security. So this is a reason why we might start saving funds now for an infrastructure project, which will come to City Council for a decision what that project is. But we do have Red Gap Ranch from a 2004 bond election passed by the citizens at 80%. So yes, we are pursuing the soft costs of that project so that it's secure that we can build it someday. So I hope that this provides you with some pieces of information as you make that decision to collect capacity fees for a future infrastructure project. Yes?
I'm sorry, Maria. You just made me think of something. So the bond that was passed in 2004 was to pay for the soft cost?
That was to purchase, I can't remember the exact wording. It was to purchase water rights or water project. At the time, we were in a severe drought and we weren't able to produce water from Upper Lake Mary. We were drilling emergency water wells and we had to curtail water use in the community. The city was looking for other options for water security, and I believe it was a $15 million bond that was passed, and we purchased Red Gap Ranch for, I think, $8 million or so. I'd have to bring back exact numbers.
I was just curious if the soft costs that were in that are also covered in the bond, or because I know there's been a lot of fees and cost since that purchase, but I was just wondering if we're duplicating those efforts or not. So that was kind of my question.
I think I'll look to, we do have soft projects that are in our current capacity fees, in our current budgets.
I just meant the line item that we had back to Vice Mayor's question, the $4 million for soft costs for Red Gap Branch. I just was curious if any part of the bond money was also to be used for that, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Come on down, Rick.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, Rick Tatter, Management Service Director. Those bonds have been already spent and paid for, and they did pay for projects such as getting Red Gap Ranch and some other projects that dealt with that ballot measure. So yeah, there were soft costs initiated in that. Your legal fees, your designs, and those kind of things are generally part of a bond that you do issue. But that, yeah, that's in the past. These are new revenues for these currently planned, not old bonds.
New future fees.
I know some of these are in the existing fee level. It depends on how you break it out.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
This is my last slide. Before I turn it back over to Carol, Mayor, any other questions on the need for or timing for new water supply? Okay. And as you know, a lot of our projects have taken decades to secure, and they will continue to. So, thank you.
City Manager.
Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. And before you exit, going back to the discussion about population growth and projections, it's my recollection, and I could be corrected on this, I might misstate it, but in looking at what was deemed to be the city's 100-year plan for its water resources, I recall that it was not a projection of continued growth through that entire period, but that at some point, and I was thinking it was 60 or 70 years out, we would be plateauing or flattening because the city will have reached its capacity for population. And so the 100-year plan is a good plan. It gets referenced a lot. We, of course, bought a lot of time in that with our conservation efforts. But I do also think that the plan is predicated upon a flattening growth at some point in the future. Am I correct on that?
I would say there are still scenarios that reach a higher population, but all of them will plateau at some point. The more we conserve, we're creating more volume of water for more people if we could fit more people. I'm not sure if I'm exactly addressing your point.
You are peripherally. I think the point I was getting to is I think those projections, at least as they exist now, are fairly conservative and not based upon rampant growth through time, but rather a pretty realistic population projection that eventually does reach a peak or a plateau.
Yes,
And
I would agree with that.
To that point, I recall that the name of that plan that we all have to have in the state of Arizona, our 100-year plan for 100,000 population.
I don't see any other questions or comments. Great job.
Oh, thank you.
We talked about the water options. We have a similar flow chart for wastewater where we walk through, but we have twice as many options because we are offering that different type of level of service. On the left, we're looking at, on this side, we're looking at actual use data, but only flow related. So what we're looking at is essentially a denominator in our equation that's all volume. On the second side, or right side of this, we're looking at a flow component and a loadings component. And we feel that this is important to consider because of those future wastewater projects that are more loadings dependent and are required to increase that capacity. So you'll see that there are 4 options under the actual data level of service with and without the wastewater treatment plant expansion project.
Can I, and I know you've said this, but can you remind me again what loadings is?
Yes, Mayor. This is the actual wastewater constituents, so the BOD and TSS, so pounds of waste, pounds of the constituents. Solids is another way to say it. Does that help? Okay. We're doing the same thing on the design standards level of service. We're showing you 2 options with flow only and 2 options with flow plus loadings. Aaron showed you your current rate schedules, and you might have these in front of you. I wanted to talk about your current capacity fees for the moment. The water capacity fee is in the column, actually the third column of this table. And you'll notice that it varies by water meter size. So the 3/4 inch meter is $5,728. That's your current fee for water. And then as you increase in meter size, the fee goes up. That is due to the capacity provided by those larger water meter sizes. So as your water meter size gets larger, you can deliver a lot more capacity through that meter. Therefore, the capacity fee itself gets scaled. So we can scale, and if you look, just hop right down to the commercial or non-residential schedule. You have the same 3/4 inch meter fee, and then these fees go all the way to a 10-inch meter size. The sewer capacity fee you currently...
Can I?
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
Yes, absolutely.
And that fee is for connecting that facility to our existing system. And then does the city actually install that connection?
So, Mayor, the capacity fee is not the actual connection cost. It is the cost of capacity that's provided for that connection. The actual cost of connection has to do with the meter fee, and then there are connection fees as well for that physical connection. Yeah, it's all in the, and actually we are going to be looking at those fees, the meter fees and the connection fees.
Go ahead. Councilmember Harris.
Oh, thank you. I had to get to my button. So for the, how do you determine what size, like the 3/4 inch, how do you determine that? I mean, what size that, so I built a house. So how do I determine the 3/4 inch or the 1 inch?
Mayor,
Does that make sense?
Yes, yes, Councilmember Harris. And Mayor, I do not size water meters, but I'll give it a try.
Oh, okay.
And Shannon can help. The 3/4 inch water meter size is a typical residential connection size. It offers a certain amount of water that is available to those customers, and that's how we base our capacity fees, on that equivalent residential unit, a 3/4 inch meter. And then for other meter sizes.
Mayor, Councilmember Harris, Shannon Jones, Water Services Director. The way we calculate that is we have our engineering section and development review make that determination during the plan review. But a couple of indicators that go through is looking at the amount of fixtures of a design. Does the building going to require fire protection? Does it have sprinkler systems? And so they do these calculations to determine what's the peak base of flow for that unit, and they determine the meter size through the development review process.
Okay.
Does that answer the question?
Yes, that does answer my question. Thank you.
Councilmember Matthews.
So Shannon, if there is a commercial property and they're doing some remodeling and they realize maybe their water line was outdated, 2 inches, and they need to increase to 3 inches, do they still pay the water capacity fee for the 3 inch even though they were having a 2 inch before?
Mayor, Councilmember Matthews, it would go through that evaluation, so they would look at capacity fees, but they would also, if a project changed enough, it could actually trigger a water sewer impact analysis where it would go back to the modeling to also determine that. So I think it really depends on how much of a change it is. And again, through our plan reviewers and our development engineers, they're looking at that at the permit level.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. I can't get to my thing fast enough, but Mayor, can I ask another question?
Certainly, go ahead. And then Councilmember McCarthy.
Okay, sorry about that. So I'm thinking about single family homes, not complexes. So do the homeowner who's building a house, do they know this information about size of the water what is it called now? I want to call it the right thing. Um, Connector, do they know that? Do they know that information? Do they understand that, or they just depend on their builder to figure it all out?
Mayor, Councilmember Harris, I think it's probably multiple. I do believe that there'd be residents who would choose to manage that project where we'd be directly with the resident, but I also think that there would be builders that would either hire a developer or consulting firm, or it would be a subdivision developed at the time. So I think there'd be scenarios where each of those could occur.
Okay. So just out of just a point of information, so I built this house that I live in, and nobody's talked to me about water connectors or anything like that. I just looked at the model and the plan, and I kind of built the house. So I'm just wondering if people had a better understanding of some of these costs, if they could make some different kinds of decisions. But that's not your issue, though. That's just me wondering out loud.
Yeah, and again, I think that's a great point. At the residential level, it wouldn't necessarily trigger that. I think, again, adding fire suppression into a residential home, I think would trigger a meter size upsize. Adding an additional bathroom wouldn't increase the meter size. Just as I would say, as maybe as an example.
Okay. So adding fire suppression systems as compared to additional bathroom or half bath isn't going to change it, but once you put the water sprinkler system in, then that changes it?
Yes, I would expect that, yes.
Okay. All right. Just curious. Thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Did you want to go first?
If you don't mind, Councilmember.
Please go.
When a resident, I'm sorry for asking you a question. When a resident is building a home and they come in for their building permit, wouldn't they be informed that they need to connect to the water and sewer system? And do they get some sort of a form where they're notified of what that would be?
Yes, so just to answer that question, so that would occur, I think maybe not at that level of detail. I think when you're trying to get your building permit, right, and there's multiple charges on there for inspections and water services and connections, it's not individual. I would say that's rolled up into your permitting fee.
One more question. If you say you are upsizing your residential, or not residential, say you have a commercial 2-inch connection and you decide that your water needs are such that you need to upgrade to 3-inch connection and 3-inch meter, would you pay the difference between the fees? So you've already paid for a 2-inch meter. So if you get a 3-inch meter, then you'd pay the difference in those fees?
Yes, that's correct. That would be the expectation. If you downsized, you get refunded the fees? No, you don't. I just got to get ahead of that one.
Thank you.
Well, your second question was my very question.
I have to clarify something. The meter fees and capacity fees are not part of the building permit. They take that over to our customer service team and request the installation, the cost, and they pay them for those fees.
Okay.
It's a separate
Not part of the
step.
building permit.
Not part of the building permit.
The water permit.
Thank you.
All right, those are all the comments and questions I see.
Thank you. So if we go back to the list, we'll talk about the sewer capacity fees while we're on this list. You'll notice something different here, that a 3/4-inch sewer capacity fee for residential customers is $3,723. A 1-inch residential sewer capacity fee is $3,723. 1.5 inches. It is not entirely common, but it is an approach whereby we assume that a sewer capacity fee is recovering the cost of that sewer capacity needed in the system, and that a larger water meter size on the residential side represents an additional need, say for irrigation purposes. So that irrigation water wouldn't return to the sewer system, and it would not increase the requirement for a residential sewer capacity fee. So that's why we see that there's the same fee. We also see that for for multifamily, so not single family, multifamily, we have that $3,723 per unit. So if you have a multi-unit apartment building or condo, each unit pays that fee. So it doesn't matter what the meter size is on the sewer side. It has to do with the units in that complex. Finally, the non-residential, commercial, we are subject to that multiple meter size schedule. And that's again based on hydraulic water flow capacity of the meter sizes. So it's almost nearly the same as the water side, but there's some small nuances. Now that we have all that understanding, let's look at the water capacity fee options. These are a lot of fees on one slide, so I'll just describe what we're seeing here, and then we can look at the comparison of what we're seeing. We have two parts of the table. The top part is for the level of service based on actual use data, and then the bottom part is the level of service based on design standards. Remember that the level of service for actual use is 335 gallons per day for an equivalent residential user on the water side, and the design standards are 875. A larger level of service means that you can serve fewer connections, therefore the fee is larger. So you have the same dollars you're recovering, same growth-related dollars, but you have fewer connections over which you can recover that, so the design standard fee is higher than the actual data, the fee based on actual data. The no future water supply, naturally, is less than the future water supply option in both of these scenarios. So with the current fee of $5,728 for a 3/4 inch meter or an equivalent residential user, the calculated fee for that same meter size under the actual data is $6,507. If you start to plan on collecting revenue, capacity fee revenue for the future water supply project and set it aside for that project, that fee is $8,146. So you have that same difference that we see in these two fees in the fees under the design standards. The 2-inch, I'm sorry.
So if I look back at this handout that Aaron gave us, you're talking about water capacity fees, 5,728 existing. So if that for a 3/4 inch pipe or meter is going to go up to either one of those options, then you get to a medical building that's going to need a 3-inch. Their 57,000 water capacity fee would then go up to 100,000?
That would go, we have a chart on the next slide that has all of the meter sizes. There's a lot happening on this slide, so I'll talk about that first, and then we'll talk about the 3-inch meter. So we have some information, just general information about your existing customer base for you too, so you know how many 3-inch meters do we have. So we'll look at the 3-inch as an example. You have 34 accounts currently that have 3-inch meters. That is compared to over 19,000 for your 3/4 inch, because your water customer base is primarily residential. So we have that 3-inch meter, and an average, a typical user, this is just taking total water use and calculating some averages for that 3-inch meter. That typical user is using 212,656 gallons a month. So that would be, did you say a medical complex? So that's quite a large complex. That meter size itself, and these are, another caveat is these meters, every different kind of meter is out there, whether it's an irrigation meter, a turbine meter, a compound meter, they all have different flow capacities, and they typically can push through a lot more water than really is used on an average monthly basis. This particular meter that we selected has a capacity of 350 gallons per minute. I took out my calculator earlier, not for the 3-inch meter size, but for the 3/4-inch meter size. It's a lot of water. It's, you know, so and it's also an instantaneous amount of water that can be pushed through. You wouldn't be using that amount, but it gives you a sense of the capacities of each of these different size meters and how much more capacity a larger meter size can provide. And again, we're talking about capacity fees, potential capacity. That existing fee is, like you mentioned, is $57,279 with the first option, which is actual use data for level of service and no future water supply project. The fee would go up to $65,069. If you included the additional future water supply project impact, that would be $81,459.
I have a quick question here. Is there any limit to the amount of time that we can hold money in an account to spend at a later date? No limit.
Mr. Tatter says no.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Matthews.
Sorry for this. I just want to just kind of explain the background of why I'm asking. I had in-depth knowledge of a renovation on 4th Street medical building, and the $57,000 capacity fee permit, which they were just upgrading from 2-inch to 3-inch, was almost a deal breaker. So I just wanted to point that out to the council members that these are big numbers when you're in a commercial environment, not residential, and these fees start adding up. So that's a big jump, and I just wanted to point that out, that it was a shocker compared to, I think, other cities down south in comparison. And then, you know, I'm looking at 81,000, and, you know, a lot of our development on the Sunnyside area was not in the incorporated city of Flagstaff in the 80s, and so they didn't go to code, and so they're having to do a lot of renovations. And I just want to point that out for, you know, us to make sure that we are thinking about the impact to that side of our town and how it would impact them for them to do modernization and renovations for some of these commercial businesses.
Thank you, Councilmember, for pointing that out. These are large numbers. I understand. One of the things that is in that schedule is that for very large meters to call, so a customized fee can be developed based on the actual characteristics. So I think that would be an important thing to consider too, the ability to call the water services and ask about it. I'm going to go back for a second because I wanted to talk a little bit about the future water supply again, and that would be the commitment to set aside that money for the future water supply project. So I just wanted to point that out. The rest of this table this is not, I don't believe this was in your packet, so we'll make sure that you have these values that you can look over. The wastewater slide is even busier because we, again, have twice as many options since we added another set of levels of service. So I'll just go over the top piece for the actual data for level of service. And the top two scenarios, 1A and 1B, are for a flow-based fee only. The existing fee is $37.23, as we saw. And that fee with no wastewater treatment plant expansion is estimated to go up to $4,203. If you included the treatment plant expansion, it's $4,249. And you might ask, why is that so little? The fact is that with the addition of the wastewater treatment plant expansion, there's more capacity. So while our numerator in our equation is getting larger, so is our denominator. So while we're adding a lot, we're also adding we're adding 50% of that cost of the treatment plant expansion, because 50% was determined to be for new customers and 50% for existing customers. You'll see that same impact here with a 2-inch commercial meter as an example. And just as in water, you see that same scaling. So a 2-inch meter would be that much more than the 3/4-inch meter. It's currently $19,845, and the increase would be $22,404 under a flow-only basis versus $22,649. When you're looking at that different basis for a level of service and you're considering the loadings or that solids component that a customer might need, you might be surprised at the results, and I'm going to talk through that. So with the 1C, which is no wastewater treatment plant expansion, the calculated fee is actually lower for this option. It's $3,804, and I'll explain why. When we take those projects that you saw that were, I can go back. The projects that you saw that have the pounds per day in capacities, so all the solids treatment. Previously, we were putting those in a bucket and just dividing by the total flow capacity. Now we're splitting out those costs and calculating the unit cost on a pounds per day basis. It's a different unit of service. So that's what splits out the capacity fee between flows and loadings and calculates the new fee based on those two components. We get the same result when we look at the design standards, just larger fees, because those design standards are higher. The schedule that we're showing here is all 4 options using the combined methodology and having you'll have to go 1A is again flow with no wastewater treatment expansion. 1B is with the wastewater treatment plant expansion. 1C is flow plus loadings. You get how this works. So we have that same type of schedule. We do have a note here that for larger meter sizes, we recommend that a customized fee is calculated, particularly if you're going with a flow plus loadings approach, because different customers, particularly large industrial customers, have different solids and waste constituents than a residential. We talked about comparable fees in the past, and this time, this is a similar chart to what we showed you last month, but we've added the year in which those fees were adopted. So Boulder, Colorado has the highest set of fees combined, and those fees were effective in 2022. Bend, Oregon was a very recent fee, 23. But as you can see, we're looking at, for Santa Fe and St. George, we're looking at, probably outdated fees that might be currently being reviewed. We know that Pagosa Area Water and Sanitation District in Colorado and Queen Creek and Surprise are likely updating their fees this year. So we don't have that data yet, but we know that the fees are going to be increasing for those customers. And you made it through those numbers. Do we want to have any questions before we talk about the next steps?
I'm wondering if you have a slide or some way to compare what the Water Commission, what their recommendation was, with the charts that you just showed us of the fees?
Mayor, we don't have a slide like that, but we could probably compile what Aaron brought up earlier.
Even just verbally, to go through these fee options and verbally compare it to what the Water Commission said.
Is that okay if I do that? Okay. So we'll start with water, and the Water Commission members were in agreement with using the combined methodology, first of all. So that's the set of fees that we've been showing you. The Water Commission members agreed with using actual data for the level of service. So that would take us to this top part of the tables. 2 commission members had concerns about 1B, so the future water supply option, but the rest of the commission were okay with 1A. So that would be on the 3/4 inch meter going from 5728 to 6507 for a 3/4 inch meter.
But they weren't recommending that we also start saving for future, because, wasn't it
they
B?
were okay with it? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So I think there wasn't, okay, my apologies.
Prepared a slide.
Yeah, so my apologies. They were okay and comfortable, except for 2 members, with the 8,146. Thank you. On the wastewater side, they were looking at option 1D, the level of service using actual data, applying a flow and loadings approach, and looking at the wastewater treatment plant expansion, which would be going from $3,723 for a 3/4 inch meter to $4,086.
There was one concern.
Yes, there was. Thank you, Erin. There was one Water Commission member that was concerned with that approach. We can have a slide prepared if you like for the next.
That works for me. Council, questions, comments? I know we have questions and comments. Councilmember McCarthy.
Are you asking for direction tonight, or is that going to be at the next meeting?
Oh, Mayor and Council Member, at the next meeting. We wanted you to be aware of all of the options before we ask you for a direction.
All right, we've had all of our questions answered.
Mayor.
Oh, yes.
Struggling with the mute button there. Thank you. My big question, you mentioned that 2 of the water commissioners had reservations about including the future water supply upgrades. Did they share reasons why? Did they share their thinking?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Aslan. So they did, I think the concern that they were voicing was acknowledgement that the 2 projects we're talking, the future water supply and the wastewater expansion, the magnitude of those projects, right? Again, $250 million, that's a concern. It's a big number. And I think the additional concern and conversation was specifically around, again, the timing of when that would occur, and if the wastewater plant expansion was advanced water purification, which I did clarify that that is not the case. When we talk about the wastewater treatment plant, it's not advanced water purification. So I think we talked to that concern, but we noted that that was part of the discussion. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Mayor.
And Councilmember Harris asks if you're finished with your presentation. And you're finished with this part, but then the next part is for you to explain next steps to us, right?
Correct.
So Councilmember Harris, if you have a question or a comment, now would be a good time.
Well, I have a comment, but it's an overall comment, so maybe I should wait until I hear next steps.
All right, here we go.
This is the schedule that we have laid out for you. And if you agree, there's some options here. We will come back to you for direction on capacity fees on February 6th. At that same time, we're going to start talking to you about rate designs. So I know everyone is anxious to hear about the actual water, wastewater, reclaimed water rates and different rate structures. So we'll initiate that discussion and those options at that point. But the goal will be to ask you for direction on the capacity fees. On February 15th, we'll go to Water Commission with the same information on water rate and wastewater rate designs. On February 26th, we'd suggest and like to join you and the Water Commission for a rate design workshop. Want to say anything about that?
I won't be here that day. I just throw that out there.
We'll talk about some alternatives for that. Coming up for future direction from you, Aaron had outlined some of those areas. We will ask for rate design direction in March. This is key, and at that point, you should be able to see some alternatives and the bill impacts on different customer classes. So you'll have the information that hopefully that you need to make some decisions on that. And we've set aside some, as Aaron mentioned, some work sessions. So there's an April work session where we'd like to go over any type of policy directions that you might have. If we haven't covered something that we need to bring up, we can talk about those in April. And then we'll start that full process of getting the rates and fees together in April through May with a series of meetings with you and the Water Commission. The public hearings are scheduled to start in June, and with September 1 being the rate effective date for the new rates.
And what method will there be for us to hear the feedback from some of the organizations that you presented to? You know, like top concerns.
I'd like to ask Aaron to come back up here.
Oops, I'm sorry. Mayor, just in the near term on capacity fees, we have these meetings scheduled on the 30th and 31st with the developers and contractors. So we will summarize who attended and what we heard from them and bring that back to you. Of course, they know they can come and voice their concerns or possible support for any adjustment proposals at that February 6th meeting. So that's just thinking near term. Do you have questions about longer term?
No, that's what I was looking for is
Okay.
what kind of comments, if we could just see some of the maybe the comments that you're hearing repeatedly when from your presentations.
Yes, and these two, Mayor, these two meetings are drop-in meetings. So as people come in, we'll talk to them, we'll give them handouts, or we'll walk them through the process. So they're not all getting the same presentation necessarily, but we can summarize what any concerns were from those interactions.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't recall on your list of organizations that you were going to reach out to, but did it include the neighborhood associations? And the reason why I ask, again, and I don't mean to just belabor this, but if you drive down 4th Street and you go to almost where the Texaco station is and you look to your left, you will see a medical building that has VisQueen covered up on some of the external walls. It's been there for a year because the developer or the investor stopped because of the cost. So my concern is creating a blighted area in our older neighborhoods that, when they go in to try to upgrade and develop, it's cost prohibitive. And so I hope that we bring in the neighborhood associations because it will have a direct impact on them, and we don't want to see any more buildings like we have right now on 4th Street that's been sitting there. I don't know what their future plans are, but it would not be a good look to have a lot of those on 4th Street. So,
Mayor and Councilmember Matthews, do you recognize any of the names of who you're suggesting we reach out to on this list, or could you provide me?
I see Southside Community in there. Okay. Okay, good. Yeah, I see them on there. I just couldn't recall.
So we've hit them with kind of the general, we're doing a rate study, we're talking about capacity fees in February, January, February. We can add them to this kind of more specific targeted list for the 30th and the 31st, and make sure that they're aware of, because they're paying capacity fees, from what I understand. People part of that organization are the ones who are having financial issues, like making those building upgrades, correct, because of the financial issues.
And it impacts those neighborhoods. So they may not be the direct builder, but they the consequence of that. So just including them to give them an opportunity to understand and hear, I think is important.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Harris, then Councilmember McCarthy, then Vice Mayor.
Okay, so I just my comments are probably going to be directed more to council than to the presenters. So I just want us to figure out how we talk to people, our constituents, who do not have the level of expertise and knowledge to understand the presentation that we just went through. All they know is that my rates are going up. And so how do I explain to them why? What can I say to them, other than I know that it's important that we do these things, it's for the benefit of our community, blah, 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 blah. That doesn't get me anywhere. I need to be able to explain a little bit more and help people understand why this might make sense. Okay, so you all have a lot of expertise. You've been doing this for a lot of years. If I threw you in my associate dean's role, you couldn't do my job, nor can I do your job. So how do we get to that point that we help people to understand all this information that you just gave us?
Councilmember
I don't know what the
Harris.
answer is to that. So I'm just throwing that out there because I know that people already ask me questions, and I have to go back through minutes and all of that stuff to figure out what the answer, is, or to be able to give them an answer, because I can't retain all that information in my head. That's just not going to happen. So
let me try to answer it this way. As the outreach person, I'm the one that's tasked with having to take all of this very detailed information and data from professionals who understand why we have to do what we have to do, and I have to put it into layman's terms. I have to put it into terms that everyone can understand. I think it isn't a very hard reach to look at the state of water and clean water, not only in our state, but in the country and the world, to understand that we have a lot of challenges that we're dealing with. I think what I would do is I would point to the depth of this rate study that is going into such weeds, is to make sure that only the people who are using certain services, additional capacity. Capacity fees are people who need and will be using more capacity than what we currently have, and so we need to build that in for the future. If someone is using our septage, for example, then we're figuring out exactly what those costs are, breaking that down into what that's going to take to provide that service not only today but in the future, and only those people are going to be paying for that. So you're not going to be paying for something more than what you're actually using or the level of service that you're getting. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to break down all of these needs and all of these costs. There are projections, but as we all know, things have increased in price, and they've increased in cost for infrastructure and for water services. Things that would cost, that a few years ago in 2019 that was a few $1 million is now $7 or $8 million or more. And trying to get a handle on that and trying to make sure that we are providing that level of service. Just to continue to provide the same level of service is going to be a challenge. What we can assure the public is that we are looking into it in such depth and breadth to make sure that you're only paying what is needed. The money that's set aside that's for future building will go toward building. We haven't come up with a lot of excess yet. Our funds are really, we really monitor and manage our annual capital needs, but there's always things that come up. There's things that happen, and there's things that we have to be prepared for the future. If there's a fire or something happens, that we can still provide that level of service. So is it going to impact everyone financially? Probably. But what we can assure you is that we're looking at this in a specific user impact, and we're only assigning fees and costs to those users who will be using that. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it gets to that. And so I'll be looking forward to some of those talking points.
Thank you.
And so will a list or a description of the capital projects be included in this presentation, and also some discussion of how those numbers were arrived at, just so people see that we aren't proposing, grandiose projects that are beyond our future needs? Sorry, Lisa.
So when we first started looking at this, I took all of our capital programs and capital projects, and I broke them down into, because the thought is, well, you don't need all of these projects. Why do you need these? So we've broken them out between, this is just like plain maintenance. This is replacing pipe in the ground that breaks that we have to fix. This is improving infrastructure that has already passed its date and needs to be replaced and improved. These are improvements, and these are capacity. So we will be providing you the same kind of chart with numbers, with the names of those projects, and how they're being funded, if they're currently funded, if they're in the 10-year CIP, or if they're not funded at all. And we'll be breaking those down to show you this is the methodology that we're using. And so we're not breaking out, we're not asking everyone to pay for something that's in a long-term growth, unless they're actually going to be using that long-term growth. So that will be coming. That's why Aaron had that big draft across these fees here, because we're still updating and we're still trying to put this information into something that's understandable for the common people. And it's a lot to grasp. It's a lot for us to grasp. And I am not the expert, but I am tasked with putting it into the common man's terms, so everyone can understand what we're doing, why we're doing, and when we need to do it, too. Those timing is very important as well. Does that help?
It does. Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy, and then Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. One of your charts showed what other cities are charging for similar fees. I noticed that one of those cities, Scottsdale, they have advanced treatment for their wastewater. So, and then I think that one of the Water Commission members mentioned that as an issue. So I guess my question is, when are we going to do advanced treatment? And why are we not planning ahead for that?
Mayor and Councilmember McCarthy, with Scottsdale and the fees we were looking at, my understanding, talking with the Scottsdale, the director, we took the tour, everything leading up to where they're at today, they have a pilot direct potable reuse side stream of a couple gallons a minute. But all the infrastructure projects leading up to where they're at, where they could just add that side stream, that was all funded by the golf course communities. And now the numbers are kind of out of my brain.
The real issue in my mind is not to critique or discuss what's going on in Scottsdale. The root issue is, at some point, will we do advanced treatment? We know that the reclaimed water that's being put in an aquifer is clean. It's not drinking water quality. And so are we going to ignore that, or are we going to address that at some point?
So I'll look to our director to help, so I don't just talk.
Mayor, council members, again, I think it's a great question. I think, again, it's about being part of a process. And right now, if you were to look into our 5-year CIP, you're right. It's not about advanced water purification because we're trying to manage the solids that are currently being removed. Our plants are in compliance. They do meet and exceed all state and federal regulations, and that is important to us. Compliance is critical, and we have to meet that. If we begin to take resources and assets to move ahead of ourselves in the curve, by the time you get to advanced water purification, you're no longer in compliance. And if you can't treat your wastewater to wastewater standards, how are you going to treat it to drinking water standards? I think in the timing, we know the state is currently working through their guidelines to determine what advanced water purification looks like. And so while we're definitely engaged in monitoring that, again, they're in a process and that we're monitoring and we're watching to see how that develops. In the meantime, we have critical infrastructure needs that we're trying to address now. I believe addressing those needs is what positions the utility to have those future conversations, but you can't put that cart ahead of that horse. Again, there's fundamentals that have to happen. Some of it's driven by capacity, some of it's driven with solids. The more advanced treatments you do, the more solids that come out. And again, how do we manage our current solids? And you need to get that under control before you look at how do you take out that next level of solid. So again, I feel like those are some of the lenses that we're looking through. So we're very intentional when we talk about future water supply. So when we talk about advanced water purification, it is seen through our lens as a future water supply. And that future water supply, depending on the scenarios and how those can be debated on the models, are we talking 2037? Are we talking 2058? Are we talking 100-year? But we definitely know within the work that we're doing on the wastewater side that's 5 to 7 years, right? That's not 2037 that has to occur, and that we need to execute that at a high level in order to position Flagstaff to even consider what does direct or indirect. What do we do with reclaim? And as you move to reclaim, how are you going to reconsider your current demands to create capacity to leverage that? So I think that's all part of the conversation. I think having it part of the conversation that we're at now, where we talk about as a future water supply, and do we want to start collecting capacity fees to help position us to move there in the future when it occurs? I think that's the level of conversation we're having now that positions us to have that more in-depth conversation at the right time. Bringing that forward is something that we do in 5 years. You see the conversations that we're having now over right, a $500 increase in a capacity fee versus an $800 increase, or should we plan on it? So again, we're just trying to be very meticulous where we're sensitive to those conversations, but not overlooking the fundamentals. But so hopefully that answered your question a little bit, where it's not off the table, but it's not in that short-term planning window.
Basically, it's expensive, so we can't do it right now.
Just want to add one thing. Of course. May I add one thing, Mayor, to that? The numbers came back to me. Scottsdale has invested $500 million up until this point for all of their advanced treatment infrastructure, and that started in the year around 1999. Today, that investment would be over $1 billion from what their director told me. That's a lot of money in advanced treatment that we would need to catch up to the point that our director just made.
And if I recall, I spoke to their director, I think it was at the League of Arizona Cities and Towns, and he said that they're actually not, the public isn't consuming that water. They're still in the process of refining and public information and so forth.
Yes, Mayor, to your point, with the rules being developed today, ADEQ staff is working on releasing rules for advanced water purification by the end of this year. It involves years of pilot studies by any new facilities jumping into advanced water purification, and they're still working through details that could make or break the cost of these projects
if the rule is too stringent in certain areas, requiring the only way you can achieve certain things in the rules is through like reverse osmosis and these not allowing flexibility per project, if that makes sense. Yeah, some cities are saying it's going to be too expensive based on where the rule directions are going right now. So there's a lot playing out in that world of advanced water purification.
Thank you. And Councilmember Harris, if you'll just give me a moment, City Manager has something.
Thank you. I will be brief and not to belabor. I want to echo some of the comments just made. I agree with all the comments, but some I would give emphasis to. Shannon talked to about the needs right now with respect to biosolids treatment in our wastewater facilities. You know, that's been the narrative for the last couple of years. There's a reason for it. We quickly accelerated up to some capacity thresholds because of our amazing conservation efforts, which have taken a lot of the liquids out of the system for many times of the year. So we find ourselves now handling solids more in our effluent, and we've done some things to address that immediately. The work currently happening at the Rio plant is right on point with that. But there are a lot of big projects right now that just make a lot of sense, and they're urgent because, again, they're capacity related, and it's also, I would argue, even some stewardship issues. We need to do a better job with our utility. It's not out of date or bad or anything, but there are things we can improve that would be a precursor to anything like a discussion of advanced treatment. And I think the quick answer to your question, Councilmember McCarthy, is yes, at some point in time it will occur, and we all look forward to that. But I think for the reasons stated, that being cost, regulatory uncertainty right now, and the fact that we have much more pressing needs with our wastewater treatment are very compelling discussions. So I think it's something that's out there on the horizon and much to do between now and then. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Harris?
I'm sorry. I thought I was on. I was just for the group that's going to help with the cheat sheet. Can you make sure that you do a legend? So when you use terms, acronyms, that you write them, list them out so that we know what they are. Because people won't know the terms like you know them, okay? So, and then from there you can use the initials, but it would be nice to have a sheet.
Mayor, Councilmember Harris, we've heard you. We will
Thank you.
do our very best to find all acronyms and list them out on a cheat sheet.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions or comments from council. So we look forward to your next presentation and to poring over this information in the meantime. And council, you asked some great questions, and I think I speak for all of us when I thank you all for questions that you asked, because we're helping each other work through this. So, and thank you, staff. This is a huge project to keep moving along in addition to everything else that you're doing. So thank you.
You're welcome. Mayor, council members, we really appreciate your time and attention as we work through this process. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are moving down to item number 11, public participation. And I understand that we have one public participant, and it is Dennis Givens.
Cool. Thank you, Mayor Daggett, City Council, staff, and citizens. My name is Dennis Givens. I live on the south side of the tracks, and I'm here to talk about parking again. There's a car that's been in front of my house for like 4 months and has several tickets on its vehicle and has out-of-state license plates. And I was just wanted to bring up the question, what are we doing to enforce people who take advantage of our parking situation? Are we doing more to bring money to the city? Are we doing more to bring more parking spaces to the neighborhoods? I was thinking it was a student who just was going to park there and then just leave when their term is up and not have to pay anything, because why would they have to pay anything if they're just going to leave town? So I was just, maybe it's like a more philosophical question, like, are we going to allow people who live outside of our state influence our city where locals are suffering from outside interests? So that's one thing that I wanted to bring up. And another thing I wanted to bring up is someone mentioned that it might be okay to fluorinate the water. And someone also mentioned that we get fluoride from other sources such as brushing your teeth. And I think we shouldn't add fluoride to our water because research has indicated that fluoride messes up your prefrontal cortex. Some people call it your third eye. And I don't think that we should be adding anything to our water that's not already in it. And I know you guys talked about advanced water treatment. I hope one day that we do have that, because there are stuff in our water that the indigenous people are not liking. And you see that with Snowball, with the estrogen and what else is in there? Pharmaceuticals. And I think one day we should look into that. I know we're not there with money and stuff like that, but I think for the health of all citizens, we should really have the best water, because water is life. And yeah, hopefully we focus our money on things like that and not things that maybe don't matter, because we're in debt and we need to focus on the things that do matter. So thanks a lot, everyone, for your time. Appreciate everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving down to item number 12, informational items 2 from Mayor, Council, and City Manager, future agenda item requests. I'm going to start online with Vice Mayor.
I don't have anything tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember Matthews.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember House.
I have one thing, but I think you're probably going to talk about it, so nothing from me tonight. Well, I was able to sit in on a meeting with the Army Corps today and the mayor and city staff and just hear updates on that process, and really excited to see how we're progressing with that. Hearing from Bob Holmes that he's been on this for, what was it, 23 years? I kept wanting to put in the chat, wow, that's longer than I've been alive, but that would be a lie, so I didn't do it. But just seeing how long this has been going on and how close we are to groundbreaking and moving forward on this is really exciting. So it was a great opportunity to meet some of the new team and just hear where we're at. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, nothing.
All right, I just have a couple of quick things. One is at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, I was so happy to be able to brag on our Butler Avenue project and just talk about the impact that's going to have on our community. And I want to give a shout out to our public affairs staff for filming a video with Jenna Ortega and myself for the Climate Mayors. I'm a member of the Climate Mayors, and we received a $1 million EPA grant to create 3 resilience hubs, and that's what the video was about. And that's all I have this evening. City Manager.
Thank you. Real fast, either new news or a reminder, whichever it may be, but we are having an employee recognition event at the Orpheum tomorrow, 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock, lunch, and we're trying to make this really fun and lively for the employees. You are welcome to come in and be witness to everything that happens there, but it should be a very uplifting and positive event. The two deputy city managers and myself will do something we haven't done since before COVID, and that is attend the Arizona City Managers Association Conference in Sedona. And it's an honor to do that. It will take us out of Flagstaff, but we won't be far, and I think it's going to be business as usual, frankly. Meetings will occur as scheduled. Councilmember McCarthy, I might work with you on rescheduling our one-on-one, but will make myself available if you'd like to stay with that this week. That is tomorrow night, coming back on Friday. And I think that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, that's all we have, so we're adjourned.